right, good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation from Pastor Gary Russell of Greater Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church, and then after that, Councilwoman Meg Salyer will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let us pray. Eternal God and Creator of all things, we come today in prayer first saying thank you for the blessing of life and the opportunity to be here. Thank you for placing us here for such a time as this. We are grateful for the liberties that we have, that we can participate in our own democratic process. So we ask, oh God, for clarity of thought for those elected and appointed to govern the people of this city. Move upon their hearts for the betterment of the people in a selfless way. Please bless this city and continue to bless those who love it the way you do, sacrificially, unconditionally, and intentionally. Guide the council and guide the meeting, that you alone will be glorified, and we will all be the better for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we do have a few items from Office of the Mayor that I will handle down front, so give me a moment and I'll move down below. All right. I think half this room is here for Arts and Humanities Month, so why don't we invite them up first? Come on up here, folks. Everybody who came into my office this morning. Lots of creatives up pretty early this morning. That was rather impressive. All right. Well, the month of October is going to be, at the end of this reading, Arts and Humanities Month. But let's hear a little bit more about that. I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the month of October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts, humanities, and cultural organizations, communities, and states across the country. Whereas since our earliest days, Oklahoma City has flourished because of the creative spirit and vision of our residents. We rely on the arts and humanities to broaden our views and our understanding of our nation and the world. The arts and humanities play an important role in telling our city's story and reminding us of the truths that connect us. The insight that comes from watching a thought-provoking documentary or discovering a compelling novel sparks moments of joy, awe, and sorrow. From symphonies that bring tragedy to life to architecture that challenges the boundaries of the world around it. These works add texture to our lives and reveal the spirit of our city. Whereas cultivating the talents and minds of our young people and ensuring they have access to the arts and humanities is critical to our city's growth and prosperity. To meet the challenges ahead, we must harness the skills and ingenuity of our children and grandchildren and instill in them the same passion and persistence that has driven our city's progress and innovation. Whereas this month we pay tribute to the tremendous power of the arts and humanities to bring us together and expose us to new ideas. And as we carry forward this proud tradition, let us celebrate the ways our city's rich heritage has strengthened our state and inspired our lives. Now, therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October as Arts and Humanities Month in Oklahoma City, and he calls upon residents to celebrate the arts and humanities in our city and encourage greater participation by all citizens in acting for the arts and humanities in our neighborhood, schools, and all areas across our great city.
Thank you, Francis. I couldn't have said it any better myself. This is obviously, you know, as it was said in there, but I'll drive the point home. I mean, arts and humanities are kind of the secret sauce that makes a community desirable. I find that young people really want to live in a city with a strong cultural community, whatever that means to them. It can mean all of the things that were listed there. That can be supplemented as well by food culture and sports culture. All of those things make a community a more interesting place where you feel as if you're part of something bigger than yourself. And the people who are up here represent so many facets of our arts and humanities community here in Oklahoma City, and we're so grateful for them. 3 of them have been chosen to speak, and I'm sure we'll keep their remarks short. And I would like to first call upon Ann Thompson. Where did Ann end up? Here you go, Ann with Oklahoma Humanities.
Thank you, Mayor. Humanities is not a word that is heard often in everyday conversation, but we recognize it either on the academic side, those disciplines like history and literature and ethics and philosophy, and then we experience the humanities also whenever we go to a museum exhibit or a film festival or a book group. On the 20th of October, just coming up here across the street at the Civic Center Music Hall, Curiosity Fest is a day-long humanities festival where you can experience those very kinds of exhibits and opportunities to understand the human experience. That's really what the humanities are all about. So go humanities.
I'm Amber Sharples with the Oklahoma Arts Council, and the State Agency for the Arts is hosting our 2018 Oklahoma Arts Conference, our statewide industry support professional development opportunity here in Oklahoma City in Film Row this month on October 24th and 25th. So we're pleased and thankful to the mayor for always supporting the arts and the city council for the rich cultural assets that we are going to be able to feature this month. More information on the conference is at arts.ok.gov.
And then we'll also hear from Deborah Center with Allied Arts.
Thank you, David. And we do have a large and enthusiastic and rather damp crowd as we arrived right when the deluge came down. But just to give you an example of the organizations present here today, Allied Arts, Oklahoma City Philharmonic, Lyric Theater, the Arts Commission, our cultural liaison for the City of Oklahoma City, Arts Council of Oklahoma City, the State Arts Council, Arts and Humanities Council, Oklahoma Contemporary, Shakespeare in the Park, Dead Center Film Festival, Science Museum. All of these groups are delivering the arts, large organizations, small organizations, but bringing a mission that improves the quality of life and make sure that all Oklahomans have accessibility to the arts. Yay, arts.
Let's hear it for our arts and humanities community. All right, well, thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your month, and we appreciate you being here. All right, why don't we have our excellent fire department come forward. Looking sharp this morning, gentlemen. October is Fire Prevention Month. I want to stress we try to prevent fires year-round, but in the month of October, we definitely highlight the prevention side. And to do that, to hear a little bit more about that, I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department responded to more than 75,000 calls for emergency assistance in 2017. Whereas during that same year, fire killed 8 of our citizens, injured 3 others, and caused property loss in excess of $19 million. Whereas the men and women of the Oklahoma City Fire Department are witness to the loss and devastation caused by fire firsthand, not only for those citizens who have lost loved ones or their homes and belongings to fire, but for their co-workers injured or killed in the line of duty. Whereas the Oklahoma City Fire Department is actively engaged in year-round public education programs to raise awareness of fire safety, to help prevent the frequency and severity of fires in our city. Now, therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October as Fire Prevention Month in Oklahoma City, and he encourages all citizens to learn about fire prevention and fire safety and to apply these practices at home, at work, and throughout our city.
Thank you, Francis. Chief, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
Again, thank you, Mayor. We appreciate you very much for this proclamation. Thank you, City Council, for your continued support of public safety. When we look at this, as the Mayor said earlier, it's not just a one-month project. This is something we do year-round, and this is an incredible staff that we have from our Fire Prevention Office that does this on a year-round basis. This is just an opportunity for us to focus on our citizens and to remind them to focus on fire prevention this month. So it's an opportunity for every day for them to think up, check their smoke alarms, create exit plans, talk with their kids, talk with their family members, have a plan, and be prepared. That's the most important part. We're coming in the winter months, so we want to focus again on our smoke alarm program. We have free smoke alarms that can go out to any resident. We'll install them in their residence. All they have to do is call one number, 316-BEEP. That's 316-BEEP, B-E-E-P. And you can call that. It's in English and Spanish. We want to continue to focus on that. And smoke alarms save lives, so we want to focus in that area. So as we go in these winter months, we want to look at that and continue to focus on that. It's not just 1 month. It's a year-round process. But this month, we ask our citizens and our residents to focus on this and be prepared and learn about fire safety. So thank you very much for this proclamation.
Let's thank our fire department for all that they do. Thanks, sir. Well, why don't we bring the other half of our public safety team up here? Chief, why don't you bring everybody up here? Come on, Christina. Christina Tran, pending the results of this resolution, you might very well be the Employee of the Month. But let's hear more about you. If the clerk would please read this resolution.
Whereas Christina Tran has been a city employee for 2 years and is the Community Relations Coordinator for the city's Office of Emergency Management. Whereas Christina performs public education and outreach to increase community preparedness and resiliency. Whereas Christina plans, schedules, coordinates, and conducts a wide range of public outreach events for residents and manages the Office of Emergency Management's social media platforms. Christina has organized 44 community outreach events, reaching over 9,500 residents. Christina has a working knowledge of the fundamentals of emergency management and has demonstrated a thorough understanding of social media applications, making her an invaluable asset to her team. Whereas Christina demonstrates great initiative and creativity, completes her work on time, and efficiently performs her duties and responsibilities. Whereas Christina received the FEMA's Region 6 Community Preparedness Award this year in recognition of her outstanding work in whole community education and outreach. Whereas this council desires to recognize Christina Tran for her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the City of Oklahoma City, now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Christina Tran, October 2018, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Let's hear it for Christina. How about that? Well, that was a great description of all that you do, and I think it sets you up well for a favorable vote here. But I need a motion and a second. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. You are the Employee of the Month. Congratulations. And would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. What an honor. I want to thank the Kiwanis Club and the council, the mayor, and our department's administration for the recognition. I feel so undeserving when so many of us serve this great city of ours. I couldn't do what I do without all of your support, and so I just thank you for that.
Thank you. That was really interesting to hear what you do, and we're really grateful for all of our city employees. But today is your day. We're very grateful for actually a month. You get a whole month. We're so grateful for all you do, and it keeps the people of Oklahoma City safe. And thank you as well, gentlemen, for all that you do. And let's hear it one more time for Christina. All right. Why don't we bring forward our folks from for White Cane Safety Day. All right, we have a proclamation here for White Cane Safety Day, and to learn a little bit more about that, I'd ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas the white cane is used by hundreds of Oklahoma City residents who are legally blind to navigate our city and access its public places, schools, and businesses. Whereas with proper training, people using the white cane can enjoy greater mobility and safety by determining the location of curbs, steps, uneven pavement, and other physical obstacles in their path. Whereas the white cane has opened the doors of opportunity to thousands of blind Oklahomans by enabling them to travel freely and independently in their communities. The white cane is now universally recognized as a symbol of blindness and improves the safety of blind pedestrians by alerting drivers when a visually impaired person is crossing a street, parking area, or other areas open to the public. Whereas Oklahoma law requires drivers to come to a full stop at least 15 feet away from a visually impaired pedestrian using a white cane or dog guide, and to take such precautions before proceeding as may be necessary to avoid accident or injury to the person who is wholly or partially blind. Whereas to honor the many achievements of blind and visually impaired citizens and to recognize the white cane's significance in advancing independence, the United States Congress, by joint resolution approved October 6, 1964, has designated October 15th of each year as White Cane Safety Day. Now therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim October 15th, 2018 as White Cane Safety Day in Oklahoma City, and urges all citizens to observe this day by recognizing the significance of the white cane as a symbol of independence that enables Oklahoma residents with visual disabilities to participate more fully in the social and economic life of our state.
Thank you, Francis. That was very helpful and informative, and I learned a lot myself, even though I signed this earlier. I don't always study these as well as I do when I'm standing right here with you. So I have found working with the Mayor's Committee on Disability Concerns so enriching over the last, it really goes back 10 or 12 years. And working with you in my former capacity as a state senator, Vicki, was also very enriching, and any time we can help your community, we want to do that. And so it was certainly an easy yes to declare White Cane Safety Day this year. And we would love to hear a few words from you, if you wouldn't mind. And of course, you are Vicki Golightly, who serves on the Mayor's Committee on Disability Concerns.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, we come before this group every year because White Cane Safety Day is very, very important. And it's not only the white cane that enables people to be independent, blind or visually impaired individuals, it's also individuals who have a dog guide. We hope to have had a representative here today that had one, but that didn't happen. I'd like to also say that we do have some blind veterans here today, and we're very, very proud to have people that have served our country. As the proclamation said, October 15th is the actual day. October 13th, we will be walking in Bricktown to show the public that we indeed are independent. We'll be going out to local restaurants, and so any city councilman, I know the mayor is busy, but if you'd like to walk with us, probably in the rain, we would love to have you. And this is our Vice President of Heartland Council of the Blind, which is an affiliate of the statewide advocacy group, Oklahoma Council of the Blind. Thank you so much for having us this year.
Let's hear it for everybody up here. And to the two gentlemen, you can take that, and that is yours to keep. And to the two gentlemen who served our country, thank you so much for your service. And we're actually going to have some Army folks here up here in a minute, but I know you're Navy, right? Yes. But, well, thank you so much. Thank you, Vicki. We appreciate you. And on that note, Councilman Greiner, if you wouldn't mind coming down here, and I'd welcome our Army folks to come up as well. All right, we've got Lieutenant Colonel John Garcia here with us. We have Kevin Offel, who is the civilian aide, is that there? Yes, for our area here, and And then, of course, I've pulled Councilman Griner down here because he went on a little adventure recently that I think we actually have videotape of, so we're all going to enjoy this immensely. But recently, Army came into our community the Army football team, I should say, came into our community to play OU. And Kevin and Lieutenant Colonel Garcia worked really hard to put together a whole series of events to honor the Army, which we were thrilled to have that opportunity here in Oklahoma City. And I attended an event, and many other people were engaged in that as well. And then Councilman Griner did this thing that I think we're about to go ahead and watch. Let's do that. Let's roll tape.
Later on. I'm just ready to get up there. Outstanding. Well, I tell you what, the airplane's running right behind us. Okay. Your TAM instructor looks like he's ready. We'll go make this jump happen. Sounds good. All right, we'll see you out there. All right, thanks.
I want you all to know that Councilman Stone was originally going to do this, backed out of abject terror, and Councilman Griner stepped up.
1,600 feet above the ground. They gave me a book to read this morning, and I colored it. I didn't know it was the manual. I know the color is book. All right. But now that we're up here, do you have anything you want to add to your video for family and friends? I'm looking forward to getting out there. All right, sounds good. I'll tell you what, I'll see you and you on the outside.
Control, now I know what I'm made of. Looked in my soul, found a fire that was lost. I feel it burn to my core like a million suns.
13,000 feet.
Had me, but I won't look at me. I am free, flying so high. Me and the wind all one. Look at me. Like an eagle spreading his wings. I'm ready to fly. I'm ready to fly. I'm ready to fly, 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 fly. I'm ready to fly, 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 fly. I'm ready to fly, 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 fly. I'm ready to fly, 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 fly.
Well, that was awesome. Any words about that?
Well, I want to thank the guy that had the parachute. And his name was Sergeant First Class Joe Jones, and then the guy videoing me was Sergeant First Class Jimmy Hackett. And I had one piece of advice is if the Golden Knights ever ask you to jump out of an airplane with them, the correct answer is yes. Because it was extremely safe. It might not look like it, but it was much more dangerous for an OSU graduate to show up in Norman with an orange OKC shirt on than jumping out of a plane with the Golden Knights. So there you go.
No, my hat's off to you, and I made fun of Councilman Stone, but the reality is I was offered this, and I was a hard pass immediately. So I felt I had something to live for. No, No, that's amazing. And we should be giving you something, but I think the main impetus of your presence here this morning is to actually present us with something. So let me give you the mic.
And Mayor, we'll make sure to get you on the drum next time. So, sir, like you were saying, the Army hasn't been out here since 1959 to play OU, so that was pretty awesome. And with all the support and everything, we wanted to present this plaque to you and the councilman, and appreciate everyone's support on this. So, sir, presented to Mayor David Holt for your outstanding support during the Meet Your Army events, September 20 through 22nd, 2018. Thank you for your inspirational leadership and dedication to ensure we remain the best Army in the world.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We will definitely display this at City Hall, and thank you again for everything you do. Thank you for being America's heroes. We appreciate you. You guys are America's heroes, too. I didn't want you to feel slighted there. All right, I think that is it, and I will now take my seat, and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. All right. Sometimes the Office of the Mayor is so lengthy, I kind of feel like that's a good day's work, and it feels like it's time to go home. But we, in fact, have a pretty heavy agenda ahead of us. So on to the real work. We have under Office of the Mayor, item 3A, we have a presentation and economic development update from Roy Williams, President of the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. And Roy, if you wouldn't mind stepping forward, we would love to hear from you.
No videos. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, thank you again for having me here. I have a couple of things I want to share with you, and I'll get right to those. The first is about the streetcar and economic impact of such. As you would guess, there's a lot of ways to measure the success of a streetcar, but from our perspective, ultimately understanding the investment that it creates, the economic development that takes place along with it, are the very critical issues. So we partnered with a local company called Region Track, which is a forecasting and analysis firm, to help work with us to track that investment, and we are releasing that report to you today. In fact, I think I'll give these to the city. This particular report, as you will see, captures investment, property valuation changes, growth summaries, current demographics, along with a detailed map of the route. In 2011, the proposed streetcar route was announced by the city, and that's the benchmark date that we utilized. And for tracking purposes, a very narrow and conservative 3-block walkable buffer around the streetcar route was established as an area of interest for this investment. Some of the key takeaways that come out of this study are that there's been more than $1.6 billion in public and private investment in that 3-block walkable area since the route was announced in 2011. Private investment has exceeded $801 million. Public investment totals more than $806 million. There have been 21 residential developments that were built within that area, over 1,800 housing units. And a 16% increase in the number of jobs has taken place in that area. 7 new hotels with 833 rooms have been constructed within that investment area, and a net increase of over 1.5 million square feet of office space has been recorded. So while it's recognized that much of this investment has taken place organically, not specifically because of the route itself, it's undeniable that the streetcar will continue to have a very positive impact upon downtown investment decisions in the future. And if any of you would like more copies of that, we would certainly make it available to you. A second thing I want to share with you is a little bit of information about the intercity visit that we did to Sacramento. The Chamber recently led This was early September. A delegation of more than 55 people of both business and civic leaders, including Mayor Holt, Councilman Greenwell, and City Manager Jim Couch. They were all on our inter-city visit to Sacramento, California. We lead these benchmarking trips every year to explore best practices, to tour new developments, and to hear very candid discussions about peer city successes and failures. So it's a great tool to learn what works well and also what doesn't work well. Our two-day visit was packed with opportunities to learn and hear some of the key takeaways that I think offer some valuable insight for Oklahoma City. One, we learned the completed Golden One Center, which is their new NBA arena, and their planned soccer stadium are breathing a lot of new life into their downtown. And just as we've experienced here, public quality of life development spur private development and economic revitalization. Sacramento is also a great example of how to develop a real unique identity that simultaneously benefits not only the residents but the visitors. Up until 2012, Sacramento identified itself as, quote, the city of trees. That was a slogan, though, that they shared with 30 other cities, including 6 in California. So the city rebranded itself as the, quote, the farm to fork capital in an effort that was led by the Sacramento Convention and Visitor Bureau and then Mayor Kevin Johnson. And it became a movement and an economic driver for the region. Just to give you an idea of its reach, the Golden One Center, think of our Chesapeake Center, is a massive venue. It hosted 87 sold-out concerts, events, or games in the first 15 months of being open, and they source 90% of their food within 150 miles of Sacramento. So they tried to live up to their brand. While Sacramento is doing a lot of things well, as you would guess, we also learned they have a lot of challenges. One of those is extreme poverty and homelessness. The mayor there, Mayor Steinberg, has publicly committed to getting 2,000 people off the streets and into a more stable life by increasing the availability of mental health care and focusing on providing more affordable permanent housing. He called this the top business concern and the #1 quality of life issue for Sacramento. But the city is still struggling to do that, and specifically they're struggling with the political will to address that issue. Last thing is they face challenges with their education system and workforce development. Kind of sounds familiar. But one of their initiatives seeks to pair 1,000 high school students with paid work experiences as part of their high school curriculum. So they emphasize that a city is only as great as its schools, which is a good reminder to all of us. A little bit about our current economic activity. We always share with you our pipeline. Right now we have 73 active projects who are interested in either expanding here or relocating to our market. And we've had a string of successful announcements. Just to mention a couple, Kratos Defense and Security Solutions, which the mayor and I visited while we were in Sacramento. They now have a presence here physically. They're finalizing their location, and they will eventually have an engineering and production staff of about 350 people. And we got to see their production facilities in Sacramento. SkyWest Airlines opened their new 135,000 square foot maintenance hangar out at Will Rogers on September the 20th. It's a big building. It can actually accommodate simultaneously 9 regional aircraft, which they support the maintenance of Delta Airlines, United Airlines, American Airlines, and Alaska Airlines. And they have about 100 aviation professionals out there. We're also seeing a lot of increased investment in downtown Oklahoma City. Most recently, Rural Sourcing announced they will locate their 5th development center in the Rock Island Plow Building in Bricktown. We've also had 3 announcements of corporate headquarters moving to downtown Oklahoma City, including Heartland, Echo Energy, and Hogan Taylor. And so far this year, we have been involved directly with companies who have announced 6,915 new primary jobs with an average wage of over $46,610 and capital investments exceeding $431 million. So far this year has been an excellent year. Wanted to mention air service. Starting in November, Southwest Airlines will operate a new nonstop flight to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. And I think last week it was American Airlines announced that they will be doing the same. So 2 new direct flights to Reagan. Currently, the airport serves 30 nonstop airports with an average of 72 daily departures. November ballot is going to have a number of state questions on them, and I thought it would be important just to mention those quickly. We all are going to have the opportunity to vote in local, state, and national, federal elections, but these 5 ballot issues are important and should be top of mind to everyone. State question 793 would amend the Oklahoma Constitution to allow optometrists and opticians to practice in large retail establishments. Right now, Oklahoma is one of 3 states where vision care is not allowed in those stores. State question 794, called Marcy's Law, would amend the Oklahoma Constitution to guarantee certain rights for victims of crimes and their families. Currently, the U.S. Constitution gives alleged and convicted criminals more than 20 individual rights, while victims have none. So if passed, Marcy's Law would ensure that victims have rights that are equal to the rights of the accused and the convicted. I would also like to say that this particular law complements all of the criminal justice reform efforts that we have underway currently. State question 798 would amend the Constitution to require that the state's governor and lieutenant governor be elected together on one ticket. The idea is to create a unified ticket aligned behind a common vision for the state. State question 800 would amend the Oklahoma Constitution to set aside 5% of revenue from the state's oil and gas production tax revenue into a trust fund that would be called the Oklahoma Vision Fund, and that would be invested by the state treasurer. Finally, we've got state question 801, which would allow certain voter-approved property taxes to fund school district operations. Right now, our Constitution allows levies to go only for building infrastructure. This will allow some of those funds to be used for teacher pay, additional staff, whatever. I think it is important to note that this does not add any new money to education, but it does provide more local control. And the Chamber supports all 5 of these state questions. Last thing is the Leadership Summit. October the 11th is Thursday. We will have our annual Leadership Summit where we bring together Chamber and community leaders to set aside some time to focus on key topics in our community. This year's programming will feature a combination of informative sessions and site tours that will include visits of the Federal Aviation Administration, Mike Monroney Aeronautical Center, Tinker Air Force Base, the American Indian Cultural Center and Museum. And additionally, we're going to be provided some updates on criminal justice, on the Oklahoma City Public Schools Facilities Master Plan, and the Innovation District Planning. So that concludes the areas that I wanted to speak about. But this is also an important time in history, and that is this is the last time I'm going to be giving an update to the council with Jim Couch as the city manager. So I want to publicly thank Jim. He and I have been working together since the day I started my job, which is over 16 years. And I can tell all of you I have worked with city managers all across the country, both in the capacity of being a local economic developer as well as an economic development consultant. And I've never met a city manager that I think more highly of than Jim. He's honest, he's direct, he's conscientious, he's smart, sometimes has a sense of humor. His integrity is unquestionable, and I think most importantly, he's passionate about Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City's best interests have always been his moral and real compass. So to say I'll miss him is an understatement because he's become a true friend. But in reality, he's made this city better, he's made this state better, and he's bettered the lives of hundreds of thousands of people here. He's certainly set the standard for city government management. So to you, Jim, thank you for all you've done for us, and Godspeed on your new journey. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Roy. We certainly concur with your comments about Jim, and thank you for your report. That was just an embarrassment of good news. It really is, things are going really well here. So thank you for all that you contribute to that. Absolutely. I think we might have some comments down here.
Yeah, just, Roy, we've, as a council, not had the opportunity until you brought it up this morning to talk about what the mayor and city manager Couch and I got to see out in Sacramento, but I do think there are a couple of very important issues. One, we tend to forget that Sacramento, like a lot of cities out in California, have a pretty high level of homeless people and low-income individuals. But they, unlike San Francisco and Los Angeles, have attempted to address that issue, like you mentioned, by focusing on increasing low-income housing and affordable housing. And I think we here in Oklahoma City can learn a lot from that approach to actually try to help those individuals as opposed to just let them roam aimlessly throughout the city. They're actually trying to move them either into some type of a shelter or more permanent type of housing. The issue there, though, is it takes some private investment to truly accomplish that, and I hope we can encourage local investors here to look at those two areas from an investment standpoint, both low-income housing as well as affordable housing, especially here in central Oklahoma. I think that's going to be a key to our continued growth and success here in Oklahoma City. And we really need those private investors to focus on that. And now with the Opportunity Zone, the ability to invest and defer your gains in those certain areas, I think we should begin to try to promote that a little bit more because, again, there are some great opportunities in that respect. The other point is, again, they have the same problems we do in terms of public education. They have a lot of low-income students who are on federally assisted food programs, and they're facing the same challenges we are. But they're not shying away from it. Former Mayor Kevin Johnson, and especially his wife, have taken it upon themselves to truly improve the public education system out there. And I hope Kevin holds true on, I think it was a commitment to us, to visit us as well as his wife so we can learn some things that could be done here in Oklahoma City to improve public education, and their emphasis on community college as far as opportunities for workforce development is very important out there, as well as their four-year colleges. And we have our technology centers to supplement that as well. So we've got a lot of resources. I think we just need to get together and work as a unit to accomplish some of those things. So thank you for bringing up.
Sure, and I got Kevin Johnson's business card, and so the week after we got back, I called him and reminded him of his promise. So.
And for those in the education system, his wife is actually more famous than Kevin. Kevin played 13 or 14 or 15 years in the NBA and was really a very successful
Phoenix
player.
Suns primarily.
Yes, and was well known in the sports arena as well as in politics. But his wife outshines him in the education system for being the leader of the Washington, D.C. school district at a time that they went to a different approach to public education that was truly successful. Thank you.
Any other comments for Roy? All right. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for all you do, Roy. Thanks for coming down this morning. And we have two more items under Office of the Mayor, 3C and 3D. 3C being the appointment of Matra Jones and Jorge Hernandez to the Civic Center Foundation, and 3D being the appointment of Kamal Pennington to our Planning Commission, which gives us a full complement of planning commissioners now. I'm still chipping away at a pretty large list of vacancies and reappointments that need to be considered, and I promise you I'm hard at work at it, but there's a lot of things going on. But we did get a few more here this week, and thank you, Councilman Cooper, for the recommendation of Kamal. And Matra, Jorge, and Kamal are really some of our youngest, brightest lights here in the city, so I'm very proud of this limited slate here today. So I would entertain a motion, and I believe we could take them both together.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And I should say, Councilman Cooper, we did, of course, always leave open the possibility that you would go back to the Planning Commission, but but you have chosen to give us another, and that's fine. We have the Journal of Council Proceedings. This is items 4A and 4B. I would entertain a motion here.
Move the items.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now we have the requests for uncontested continuances. Mr. Couch.
Mayor, starting on page 19, under item 9B1 on page 19, PUD 687, the applicant has requested that this item be deferred until the October 23rd meeting.
I'm sorry, this is what now?
9B.
9B, okay. Got it.
And then moving to page 22, under item 9K1, item B, 315 Southeast 29th Street. We ask that that be stricken. We need to re-notify. And then moving to page 23, under items 9L1, 828 Northwest 34th Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner secured. And then moving to item 9M1, D, 315 Southeast 29th Street. We ask that that be stricken. We need to re-notify. And item E, 828 Northwest 34th Street. We ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. And then moving to page 29, under claims recommended for denial, under item 9AD1H, 9AD1H, Southern Hills Church. We ask that that be stricken and brought back.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to revocable permits. 6A, revocable permit with ARC Pyrotechnics for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society Light the Night event on October 26th. Is there anyone here to speak? Okay. Councilwoman Salyer?
Yes, I would move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 6B, revocable permit with City Care for the Odyssey Project on October 13th at Kerr Park. No one's stepping forward, so Councilwoman Salyer?
This should be a great event. This is the second year supporting the efforts of City Care, and they are very focused on something that we just spoke about, which is creating small homes for sustainable residences. And so I would move approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 6C, revocable permit with Friends of Multisport to hold 24 the Hard Way, October 19th to the 21st at Bluff Creek Park. Is there anyone here to speak for this? If not, Councilman Stonecipher?
I'd move the item, please.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 6D, revocable right-of-way use permit with the Professional Basketball Club, LLC, to hold Thunder Alley on various dates through the regular season. And I believe we do have a Brian Pack. Hey, Brian. If you wouldn't mind coming step forward to the podium, state your name and address, and talk to us about Thunder Alley this year.
Good morning. My name is Brian Pack. Our address is 208 Thunder Drive, Chesapeake Energy Arena. On behalf of the Thunder organization, we are requesting for a permit to close off Reno in between E.K. Gaylord and Robinson to host our Thunder Alley. Thunder Alley is our pregame fan fest hosted for the Thunder fans prior to home games outside of the Chesapeake Energy Arena. The fan fest includes DJ stage, inflatables, merchandise, sales, sponsor activation, basketball games, and much more. We have about 6 games at the beginning of the season, and then followed by another about 6 or 7 games for the spring, followed by playoff games. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you for all that you guys do, and thanks for coming down this morning. And
always exciting times in Oklahoma City, and thank you for allowing engagement of people who may not be able to participate in the actual arena, but it's just an exciting time. Thank you for what you do. I move for approval.
Great. We've got a motion and a second. Any further questions or discussions? Seeing none, cast your votes. Councilwoman Sawyer's not in the room. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate you. We'll now recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. We have items A through F here, and I would entertain a motion to take them all together. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we will adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through F, and I would entertain a motion to take them as a group. We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we will adjourn OCPPA and convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have 2 items on the agenda, and I would entertain a motion. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we will adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the City Council, where we find ourselves at the top of page 5 for the consent docket.
Move those items subject to individual consideration.
We've got a motion and a second, and now we'll invite the council to, I know we've already got some presentations, but I'll also invite the council to ask for any particular things they'd like to speak about. Well, that was a first almost.
What are the presentations?
Good question.
A-R, A-S, and B-E.
Those are your items? Okay. Well, then we truly don't have any requests from council?
No, Mayor, you do.
Oh, okay.
Just very briefly, and I'm going to take them as a collection, but I wanted to talk about Q through U.
We could have bet money on that.
You bet money on that. My city manager already knew that.
Discussed yesterday.
Okay, very good. Anything else? Okay, well, we'll take them in order, which will bring us to those items first, Meg.
Okie doke. So it is Arts and Humanities Month, as you just noted, and there are 5 things on our agenda today related to progress in public art that I just wanted to mention. Item Q is a call for artists for small projects that we do, things that are under $25,000, and we have a list of pre-approved artists that can participate in that pool. Item R is the convention center. This is a huge project. This is the 1% for public art, for indoor art, for the new convention center that's being built. It may be the largest budget for a public art piece that we've ever had at over $1 million. And so it's an exciting opportunity to reach out to the national and international art community to bring something special to us. Item S is a project in Classen Pan. I don't know if people have noticed a lot the chairs and benches right outside in Hightower Park, right outside Civic Center. They were done by a young artist named Beatrice Martinez, and she has been commissioned to do some bike stands in McKinley Park at Classen Pan. And we've got 2 other projects. Item U is Red Andrews Park, and we've selected the Bewleys with Fusion Art Glass to do a piece that was funded in part by the Midtown Rotary Club and then by some additional private funding. So the last item I wanted to mention was the cleaning and waxing of the Land Run sculpture down along the Oklahoma River. And I had a question that was asked of me by a citizen the other day, which is there a way that we could light that at night or do something a little bit more substantial so that people can see it as they drive by on the highway?
We've had that discussion in the past. The artist has some concerns about how it may be lit, and with the Vera rights, he has some controls over that, but we have had discussions in the past. We'd be happy to brief you as to where we are on those discussions.
We've talked about some additional signage along the highway or something that would just make people more aware of it. For everyone that hasn't gone down to see it, it is truly magnificent, and it's just sort of a little bit of a hidden gem. So, thank you, Mayor. Arts and Humanities Month, a lot going on.
Indeed.
Meg, can I ask, so it's $1 million for the convention center?
The piece of art.
But with that...
It's one, we have an ordinance that it represents 1%. The requirement for the public art piece is 1%
It's going to take a while
of the
before we
construction
know.
budget.
Of the
And
construction.
Robbie, you're here.
But is the
I think,
construction,
am I correct about that?
but isn't the construction budget more than $100 million?
Hi, I'm Robbie Kenzel, the Liaison for Arts and Cultural Affairs. We do receive an official notification in the Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs about what the 1% amount is on each project, and it's the estimated construction cost.
What is the estimated construction cost?
So on this project, it's actually more than what we're announcing for the interior. We're going to have 2 interior atria pieces that we're doing first, because those have to be coordinated with the construction of the facility itself. We're holding an amount of money for the exterior piece because we want everything happening on Robinson and with the Omni Hotel to happen first before we bring another piece of art outside the facility. So there is another amount of money.
So overall, we'll spend $1.5 to $2 million.
It's 1.8, I believe, is the total notification that we've received.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Okay, thank you. Well, that brings us to AR, resolution to be introduced and set for public hearing. This is regarding a Northeast Renaissance project, and we've got a presentation.
We do. David Lloyd is here this morning to give us a presentation on this project.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. We're talking about an exciting project on 23rd and Coltrane, which is a apartment complex that we are proposing to develop. The project's going to be the beginning of 23rd and Coltrane going into the Northeast Corridor. That area has been underdeveloped for several years, and we're going to develop that corner to a multifamily corner. The development's going to be about $25 million, with another $25 million if you look at the screen with those other dotted areas. Our area is the one in yellow with a future development of the one in red. The developer is Lloyd Group Holdings. I am the president of that development group, David Lloyd. We've been involved in the community over 20 years in real estate, construction, and development. This is the beginning of the TIF area. Our contractor we've selected is going to be HGO Construction, who has a 24-year history as well. The site plan is going to be around 7 buildings in terms of the residential side. We're going to have 6 units with parking as well. A pool house, clubhouse combined with future development in the front with that commercial development right there. 192 units, 81 bedrooms, 62 bedroom, and 52 3-bedrooms. The units will make up around $25 million, as I said before. Each unit's going to be about $134 cost per square foot. Gross square footage is going to be 185,000 square feet. Net is going to be 151,000. The project's going to have washer and dryers in every unit. As I mentioned before, we'll have a clubhouse, garages, community room, very accessible area. There's a bus station sitting on the corner, and then the eventual commercial space out front. And we believe this will be the catalyst to kick off that Northeast Corridor as you're coming down to the entry of Oklahoma City. We're very excited about this project. Been working on it for around 2 years, and just excited to get it kicked off to begin a new corridor coming into Oklahoma City. I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Lloyd?
I have a question. Did you consider doing a multifamily development in any areas that would be considered dilapidated or other properties that are basically abandoned within the TIF area?
We did not take that consideration in that area. We had already, this was kind of earmarked to take this piece of property down to kind of kick off that corridor entry because we needed 15 acres. The 15-acre footprint, and I don't know about any other 15-acre footprints in that area. 12 acres of that is going to be the multifamily, with 3 being the commercial piece. So I'm not aware of any of those other counts.
Yeah. Well, just as a general statement, I think that probably the better use of TIF money in really any TIF, but especially this one, would be to revitalize some of the areas that are what most of us would call dilapidated or abandoned, rather than just an undeveloped plot of land. That would be my desire for things like this, and for, in my opinion, better use of the TIF money. But this probably falls within what it can be used for, and so I hope it goes well.
Thanks.
Is there a transit line to this intersection?
Yes, right to the south, there is a bus line, Metro Transit line right there, and there's also a community park right to the south of the property as well.
And you have full water and sewer and...
No, we're bringing in the water and sewer as well. It stops at that corner. We're going to take it across our property line. So we've got to bring in the infrastructure.
I mean, I personally find this shocking that we would consider incentivizing sprawl to an area that has no water, sewer. I mean, this is sprawl. This is far to the east of I-35. Of all the needs, even along Northeast 23rd, I mean, I can't think that this would be in my top 50. I mean, we have grocery store considerations. We have food deserts. We have tremendous public health needs. I mean, I can't believe that there's much money left in this TIF to spend $2.5 million incentivizing sprawl like this. I mean, this seems like a radical departure for the council in terms of what we're spending TIF dollars for. I guess there was, I mean, can anybody speak to that, or, I mean, is that...
Sure, I'd be happy to. First of all, it is not a radical departure from what the types of use of money. We have obviously done TIF dollars for multifamily housing in the past. There's tens and tens of examples of that in downtown Oklahoma City.
Right.
You know, this is a unique TIF. This TIF in Northeast Oklahoma City has unique boundaries. And it kind of goes around, if you will, up on 36th Street and down Martin Luther King and on 23rd Street. And when it was put together, it was put out a ways on 23rd Street to the east of 35. If it's not the desire of the council to do incentives out there, maybe the TIF should be modified to limit that area out, though. But when it was set up in that area, and this does fall within the criteria because it's in the TIF and it is a proposed or an acceptable use to be incented within the TIF.
But if we look just to our comprehensive plan for guidance, I mean, would the comprehensive plan suggest that this should be one of our highest priorities, and we incentivize with $2.5 million?
Yeah, I think
10% of the total cost.
I would guess it was probably, when it was drawn up, it was anticipated that would be for commercial. But, you know, it does fall within the requirements. Kathy, do you have anything you want to add?
I mean, I think that we're obviously working very hard to get development to happen closer in than this. The other thing I just wanted to point out is that the way this TIF district is structured, the only money that he will receive, or the allocation that he will receive, is based upon what he generates, and he will receive it over time. So there is no funding within this TIF district right now. It has not generated any increment. So the only money that will be available to him is if he creates a successful project.
And then the property tax is just rebated to him? I mean, so as
A portion of them, yeah, for a limited period of time.
But nothing up front? No.
Nothing up front, no.
Because there is nothing left. We've spent it all.
No. It would have to come from some other source.
So, I mean, do you see this as a one-off? Do you see this as we're now going to be incentivizing sprawl like this, multifamily?
I mean, I think that's a decision for the council to make. We still are working to try to do more projects closer in, frankly. And we have several of those that are kind of, in some stage of planning or consideration. But, I think that whether or not these kinds of projects this far out are incentivized is a council decision.
I think if it's a council decision, it seems like we should have had this discussion and discussed it earlier.
And my recollection is that we talked about this robustly when we set the boundaries.
Right.
And my recollection is also that there was not consensus about how far out to go. I mean, I seem to remember being concerned about Coltrane when we talked about this originally. So I don't disagree, but it's concerning that I do believe that we talked about this quite a bit. When
I remember that
Do you remember
discussion
that?
also, yeah.
We would have had to, but the idea of multifamily apartments where there's no water and sewer, I mean, did we get that specific? I don't
I don't know,
remember.
but I know that there was concern about moving that far out when there was the opportunity to try to do so much more infill. I mean, I felt like the consensus was that we were really trying to encourage density closer to the inner corridor with these subsidies.
Okay.
I was not here to have the benefit of the discussion, I guess. Really don't have the history in terms of having that benefit, but I do know that this is, we talk about it like it's, really far out, and it's really not that far out in terms of Coltrane, and I know that the area is having some investment. There's a congregation who has built a new facility right there, another congregation is coming online, and so we see this community is coming up and coming. It has been viable at Forest Park in that area, but this allows for a bit of, I guess, a denser consideration for that area, and I think that needs to be taken under consideration as we talk about how and whether or not we're actually going to fund this particular project.
Let me just throw this view in. I'm not too familiar with this particular part of the city, so I think it's safe to say that the council as a whole is sensitive and wants to assist the northeast quadrant of Oklahoma City to continue to develop and grow and prosper. But I need insight from others to say whether or not within that big quadrant, is this the most appropriate use of our funds? And so, Councilman Cooper, I need some input from your perspective. If you had a choice of where to put support and funding in, would this be the area you'd look at?
I get the whole idea of having more infill, and certainly we need to do that, and that needs to be a consideration, particularly in the future. But I also see the viability of this particular project just being where it is. As you talk about access to what is going to happen on 23rd Street, anticipating what could happen in terms of development ongoing, and so I think it's an opportunity to perhaps do something significant enough that it could make an impact to drive some denser population in the area and not actually be closer to the city. So I think it's an investment that would be worthwhile for us, and that's not without discussion, because I think there's a consideration of school district and so many other things that goes into actual considering this project.
David, I do drive this corridor a lot from
Yes.
I-35 back and on 23rd Street, and it's not too far, but it is far. It's a drive to get out that direction. And if I could, maybe a suggestion I would make is, this is just being introduced today, so maybe we should all go drive and just get a sense of the context of where it is.
And Councilman Cooper, you do bring up...
When I say that, when I say it's not that far out, I grew up on 20th and Prospect, and I would ride my bike to this area all the time. So it was not that far in terms of the city. You look at Ward 7, or you look at any of our wards, and you see how expansive they really are. Well, you look at this particular spot in the ward, and you think, well, maybe it's really not that far out.
Yes, sir. But you do bring up a good point in terms of what school district it's located in? Is it in Oklahoma City Public School District? No. Which school district? Okay.
I guess the question I would have is there anything you'd like to add beyond what Councilman Cooper has stated as to why this location was picked, what's going on around the location? Is there anything you can paint a broader picture so we can understand it better?
Yeah, we understand about the urban infill. We've been developing in the Northeast community for over 20 years, and so this is an area that we've taken under. We've done urban infill areas. We've assessed the area. We live in the area, and this is a corridor that we thought would be just exciting to get a brand-new project, brand new development in that area to kick it off. Once we develop that area, the urban infill will come. People will want to be around this brand new economic center, this brand new development, and so it will feel from 23rd all the way back to the highway. This is something that we believed in. We've seen it happen in other communities, in other places. We've developed all over Oklahoma City, and so this is why we're excited about it, because this will be the catalyst that helps the urban infill, in our opinion.
Councilman, you did speak about the public health issues and needs. Driving on 23rd Street routinely, that health center that we did fund with the TIF money is shammed all the time. It's really exciting to see how well it's being used. And the project next door to it, that's the retail infill, is moving along really fast. I think that's really been a very positive catalyst for the neighborhood.
While on Planning Commission, we addressed several properties up and down 23rd that are coming online, and that is probably going to happen. And so, I think all of that just needs to be taken under consideration for us.
Can you speak to who? Can you speak to who the investors are? I mean, who?
I'm the primary investor. It's my deal completely, so I'm the sole investor.
I mean, there's several churches around that. Are the churches involved?
The churches are involved. We've had several community meetings and have got great support from the community. We had one at Mount Olive Baptist Church, so we've been doing that. We did one Northeast and had several community responses that we're excited about as well. They brand new product in a community that has not had a brand new product of this nature ever, is definitely excited about this type of opportunity.
Are the churches investors?
No, I am the primary investor and the only investor in this. There are no churches that are invested, just me.
Okay. Any other questions to anyone on this project? Okay. This is, as Meg alluded to, just introduction. So this would be final consideration on October 23rd. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you.
We also have a presentation on item AS.
Kathy O'Connell will start this out. This is a resolution approving the appointment of representatives to begin the TIF process. So again, this is the early first step as we begin this.
Good morning. This resolution is the beginning of the process to create a new increment area for the American Indian Cultural Center at the request of the Chickasaw Nation. One of the things that this resolution does is that it adds to the TIF Review Committee a member from the Crooked Oak School District, because this particular increment area does cover a portion of the Crooked Oak School District. As of right now, our Downtown TIF Review Committee only has a representative from I-89 from the Oklahoma City Public Schools. So with that, I would like to introduce Bill Lance, the Secretary of Commerce for the Chickasaw Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor, Council, Mr. Couch. I don't think I could repeat the relationship that Roy just stated, but thank you for your dedicated years of service to the City Council in Oklahoma City.
Thanks, Bill.
Before I begin, I'd like to give you an update on the American Indian Cultural Center and Museum. I think many of you probably heard the news. The state released the state bonds, the $25 million associated with the construction. I think that was October 3rd. We have retained the $40 million private public money that was raised, and let me say this project would not be possible if it weren't for the incredible relationship that we have with Oklahoma City. So thank you for that relationship. We have a total of $65 million for the project, and construction is slated to begin in January. Further, we began a separate $20 million capital campaign to help raise additional funds to fully build out the museum, and also have some money for an endowment for the foundation. So of that $20 million, we have $13 million that is committed for that capital campaign. And number one, I appreciate the entire team that's worked on this capital campaign. It's been, to me, we have accomplished a lot in a short period of time. So, the next step in this process is the development of the commercial property. I think we all recognize the incredible, exceptional value of this site being at the crossroads of America. But to be candid, I think we all recognize the challenges associated with this site. Limited access, we only have one access point from the east, floodplain issues, rail line. We have a pipeline that's running through the project. And so literally it's going to take multiple stakeholders and really a village to help lift up this commercial property to make it comparable to the quality of the museum. And the museum is going to be world-class Smithsonian quality once it's completed. And that's why we're here today, to request the consideration of an ad valorem and sales tax TIF for this area. Further, we just found out about 3 weeks ago that the Leverage Act sunsets at the end of this year. So valuable state matching resources will go away at the end of this year if a TIF is not established by the end of the year. Yes, sir.
Can I stop you just for a second, and we can explain a little bit more about what the Leverage Act is for the council? Because we haven't done that too many times and used the Leverage Act. The Leverage Act allows us, when we have a sales tax TIF set up, then we can also apply for and get the sales tax TIF not only on the city portion of the sales tax, but on the state portion of the sales tax. And we've only done this a couple of times to use this Leverage Act. We used it for the Devon TIF, and those dollars came back to the city for public improvements. We use those for street improvements and fixing the Mary's Gardens. We've proposed to do this for the First National Center, and we've proposed to do this with the Convention Center Hotel. So this isn't anything that we've used too many times in the past. We've actually only done it, we've proposed to do it 2 more times coming up with the First National and the Convention Center Hotel. We've only really done it with the Devon Tower as we go forward. One more?
Just a couple of other things. There are 2 other sales tax TIFs that we've done, one for Dell Computers and one for the Skirvin.
But did we use the Leverage Act on those?
Pardon me?
Did we use the Leverage Act?
Yes, we did.
Okay, we did use the Leverage Act on those. And the Leverage Act is scheduled to be sunset in December. And so if there's urgency, that's why there's urgency, and we're here today. But the Leverage Act is, again, something we have not used often, but is a tool that's about to expire.
So what would you have to have in place by December to?
We would have to have the TIF in place.
The ordinance approving the project plan would have to be through all of the hearing processes by the end of the year.
So the scope of the TIF, the dollar, the budget, all?
Right, yes, but we wouldn't have to pull the trigger on anything until there is a need shown. I mean, we can have a budget approved and everything. We actually could take a look at each project on an individual basis, just like we do now, after the fact, and make decisions next year or the year after as to whether we do a TIF allocation or not on them. But this would allow us to have that tool in our toolbox as they go forward.
So that was my question. With no projects on the horizon right this minute, we wouldn't be automatically approving anything. We would be creating the structure
The ability.
or the ability to do so if we so chose in the future.
You are preserving the option to use the Leverage Act on a project-by-project basis as those projects come forward. I think there's another deadline in the Leverage Act, if I remember correctly, for when those projects have to begin, but that's a couple years out. So if there are projects, they will be coming to you relatively quickly, but the initial authorization to use the Leverage Act has to take place by December 31st, 2018, and then the projects would then be considered after that date on a project-by-project basis, just like we do on other things that we've done in the past. So.
And should a project come to us at some point subsequent to the deadline for the Leverage Act, we would still have our sales tax portion available to fund the TIF, just not the matching dollars from the state.
Correct.
Is that also correct? Okay.
So, Jim or Kathy, what happens to the funds, whether it's ad valorem tax or sales tax, that is collected prior to any approval of projects? Does it stay within the TIF and we don't have access to those funds?
Well, if there's no, it's only on the increment, so if there's no development, there's no increment.
Okay. I'm just trying to think through this. Have the boundaries been set for this TIF, or is that something to be determined?
That's part of the process. That's part of the project plan that will come back to you for, I think it's at least 3 hearings.
So this resolution allows the appointment, it activates the committee.
It allows for the appointment of a representative from Crooked Oak Schools to the review committee and begins the process.
And the other members of this review committee would be someone from
Each of the taxing agencies.
Yeah, it would be the members of the current downtown TIF review committee. So each of the other taxing jurisdictions are represented. There's a member from the planning commission. Mayor and council has a representative, and then there's 3 at-large members.
It's not quite the same because we have a different school district engaged in this. This would be not a representative from Oklahoma City Public Schools, but a representative from Crooked Oak Schools.
Mm-hmm. So when do you anticipate that you would come back to us?
The schedule is to convene the TIF review committee October 18th, and then the first hearing to city council would be October 23rd. The subsequent hearings to city council will be November 6th and November 20th. And then this also requires a hearing by the planning commission, and that's scheduled for November 8th.
When did the legislature decide to sunset the Leverage Act?
It's always had a sunset provision in it, I believe. They just have chosen not to renew it at this point. Still could, but at this point, I mean, they couldn't this legislative year, but next legislative year, they could reinstate it. But we don't know that that's going to happen. So this will preserve that option in case they don't. So they didn't take an affirmative action to sunset it. There was a provision in the act.
So I guess the question, why now? Why at the last minute? When we had previous discussions about allocating the land to the Chickasaws for development, did we know that we were going to do a TIF at that time? I mean, was that part of the negotiations, or?
There was some general discussions that was something that may be a possibility going forward, but they're not to the point where their plans developed to know whether or not one was needed. So we weren't to that point yet.
The entire reason we're having this conversation now is the Leverage Act. We probably weren't thinking we were going to have this conversation for months.
But when did we find out that the Leverage Act was going to expire?
I found out last week.
Okay.
I think some others knew it.
Yeah, I literally found out three weeks ago, Councilman.
Okay. And that's because
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I have a question, and maybe you can, clarify and talk about the possible timeline. I know there's a $9 million investment that the city is making in anticipation of how and when that is going to be, I guess, come back to the city. So, can you talk a little bit about how
I certainly can. It's certainly and just know I'm not officially on the foundation for the cultural center, nor am I on the authority, which is a state agency that's responsible for the construction. But it's my understanding that, you know, if the $9 million were received by Oklahoma City, they could fully let all construction contracts effective in January. And you're looking at about a two-year project on the construction, and then you're looking for approximately a year for the exhibitry to be installed. So about a 3-year project on the museum.
I think maybe the question, and I'd like to follow up on that, is that of that $40 million in private dollars that were raised, 9 of it came from the city of
That is correct. And without it, we wouldn't be where we're at.
And so my recollection, which I'm having to recollect a lot of conversations, but my recollection of our discussions surrounding that $9 million were that we anticipated through the forecast of the finance department that we would recoup that $9 million through sales tax and other economic benefits derived by the development surrounding the cultural center.
And we still anticipate that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're protecting or carving out.
And that's our understanding, too.
Yeah, and we've had specific discussions about that issue within the last few days.
But now that recouping of the $9 million would go back into the TIF as opposed to into the general fund?
No, I think there may be a way that we somehow carve that out. And I'm not the drafter of these kinds of documents, but I would hope there might be a way that $9 million might come back.
Outside of the TIF?
Outside of the TIF.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking at being very intentional about that, although we don't have those details worked out at this time.
Okay.
You know, we do that, Ed, for the other school districts. You know, every time we write one of these,
Right.
we allocate a different portion of the dollars to go
For the
back into the
county or
district
for
or
the-
something. So
yeah.
there should be a way
Right.
that we include that funding.
Okay. Can I ask you, we've talked about this several times, but can you put the nail in the coffin for those who keep asking whether it's a possibility that a casino would be developed on this land outside the...
Yeah, literally, it would be impossible for a casino to be developed on this property. There's not a tribe in Oklahoma that has jurisdictional boundaries within Oklahoma County, and therefore would not be possible.
I mean, isn't there some contractual
I think there's
thing?
also a restrictive covenant on the use of the property.
And
that-
the land around.
That it cannot ever be a casino.
And I can tell you candidly through our discussions, that's never been part of the scope of this project at all.
Right. So it's impossible. There's a restrictive covenant. It can never happen.
Yeah, but what he said first is even more powerful. I mean, it's never happened in the history of the United States. There's a casino outside of the, traditional, legally recognized territory of a tribe. There was that whole Shawnee thing, but that all got resolved, and that would have been the only rare exception to that.
People bring up Remington Park and stuff like that. I mean,
That's not a tribal casino. That's a tribally owned casino. It doesn't
It's
operate.
a commercial license. At some point in the future, if the state decided they wanted to authorize some other commercial licenses, I guess that's a theoretical possibility, but I think it's very doubtful.
This is worth just for everybody's edification. At Remington, you operate under a totally different set of rules.
That's correct. It's a fully owned, separate LLC with the board governance, et cetera.
It's under the set of rules that the voters approved for Racinos a decade ago. It's not under the set of rules that they operate.
We purchased it
casinos.
through a bankruptcy proceeding.
But the restrictive covenant precludes it.
Yes, and the covenant, the restrictive covenant was on when we donated the land to the state, and then we got the land back from the state. It stays on there, and then when we sold the land to the Land Development, American Indian Cultural Center Land Development Company, the restrictive covenant is still a part of that.
Thank you.
So, Bill, have we thought about what kinds of development? Do you have a plan? Because I'm lobbying hard for 10,000 Waves or one of those type wonderful places.
We're going through the master planning process right now. I think anything that will be synergistic to the museum and not harmful to the other partners that are adjacent to the property, I think we're certainly open to anything and everything.
You're incredibly lucky to have the Boathouse District in your backyard, so
Yeah,
we want to be
no
very
doubt.
cautious about
Sure.
any competing interests with the
That's
investment the citizens have already made.
Yeah, in fact, Mike's literally looking over your shoulder right
Am
now.
I?
Would you anticipate needing investment from the city in terms of access, roads, or do you think what we have is adequate?
I think the connectivity of that property to other districts is very disjointed. And, you know, we brainstormed of maybe potentially adjoining a new MAPS project. This is just ideas, brainstorming. But if there were a way that literally you had connectivity, you know, through an extension of the streetcar project, et cetera, through that property, I think it would add tremendous synergy, not only to that project, but to the adjacent projects surrounding the area.
And is that something that needs to be addressed by this TIF, the possibility?
I don't believe so, Councilman.
Okay.
Any other questions for Bill on this topic? Bill, you know, it's worth saying thank you for stepping in and being our partner on this deal and making sure that it works. This is going to be a world-class facility. You know, we're really excited about the museum and the development around it, and it, you know, I wasn't here, this all preceded me, but as far as I understand, this wouldn't be happening without having found you as a partner, you and the nation. So
Well, it wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be possible without the incredible partnership from Oklahoma City, and I think we all remember how this land transfer went down, how the bonds were approved, and literally no communication to the council, to Oklahoma City at all, and for us to literally put together a structure that works, I think is a compliment to everybody in the room. So thank you for your dedication to this project.
Well, I think it's also incumbent to say that we would not be moving forward without the commitment from the Chickasaw Nations, because they're providing us the guarantee of the operating funds that was necessary, because I'm pretty sure the council wouldn't have gone forward with it without their commitment either. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Secretary?
Yeah.
I'll turn it back over to Kathy.
Thank you. And I also see Dan Boren here. I'm glad he can see how government really works. This is
The only thing I had left was to go back through the calendar that we already talked about briefly. So the plan is to convene the TIF Review Committee on October 18th, to come back to City Council. The first hearing would be October 23rd, again on November 6th, and for the final hearing on November 20th. And then the Planning Commission hearing is scheduled for November 8th. So that is really all I had. And at that time, we'll have more information and more details about what exactly is included in the project plan and the other, in the ordinance that's to be approved.
okay. Any further comments or questions on this topic? Thank you, Kathy.
Our last presentation scheduled for this morning is Mike Knopp here to talk to us about Boathouse District.
Yeah, this is item BE under the consent docket on page 15. Cool.
Well, good morning, Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager. You just walked out. I was going to pile on as well in terms of my thanks. And, well, you know, in fact, you know, when we started this project, he was one that he certainly remembers when it was not much more than a ditch. And we had some ideas about boathouses and rowing, and always one that didn't think those ideas were crazy. So I will always appreciate Jim's support in the last several years. So I'm here today, though, to talk about our request for MAPS 3 surplus funds to support the continued enhancement and development of the Boathouse District per a vision that started several years ago with the introduction of the river projects with MAPS 3. And I've got this. You can see the view there of the river and the city in the background. I think no one can certainly argue. I think that this project has been transformational for the vision and the image of Oklahoma City, and in a way that most people would have never expected, and people from around the country coming, and around the world, frankly, and really being really surprised and overwhelmed by what has been created at our riverfront. These projects that we're here to talk about amount to about $7.9, nearly $8 million worth of projects to enhance several strategic priorities in the district. And we're here today because of, frankly, timing. And the Boathouse District and River Sport, of course, are entering into what we consider our off-season. And so this would be the time to address many of these issues. There are many different components in here. They all are focused on return on investment, so we can continue to ensure that the district continues to thrive and sustain itself. Certainly, as you know, the Oklahoma City Boathouse Foundation oversees the entire Boathouse District and in the operations and all of the support, all the revenue that comes through the programs, through the attractions, all support that long-term sustainability of the entire district, and these projects are designed to enhance that. We do have a seasonality issue, and these are, again, projects that we feel like will help us overcome that. But as I said, we truly believe, among many other things, and the mayor mentioned himself, we have a secret sauce here in Oklahoma City, and I'm going to pile on to that as well, that this is very unique. No other city in America, really in the world, has what we have with our riverfront. We took a very focused effort to develop in the way we did that was focused on activation, that took this ditch that essentially divided Oklahoma City, and it brought it to life. And we have programs throughout through the district that involve all different demographics, age groups, socioeconomic levels. We have it's truly intergenerational, and I think very powerful in terms of what we see how this impacting our quality of life for the future. So I talk about community return on investment, and when I say that, we're looking at, through the support and the partnership with the Alliance, we did an economic impact study and determined that at least $23 million can be attributed to the impact on from the Boathouse District every year. And this is direct impact. This would be all of the events, the attractions, the opportunities that come to Oklahoma City as a result of our investment in our riverfront. This, of course, does not account for those intangibles like the impact on perception, the impact on recruiting new business to Oklahoma City, retaining business, retaining employees, retaining our young talent. We think it has a very significant impact on that as well. And then there's $90 million in private investment. Of course, all of the boathouses were privately funded. All of the programs, the events that have gone on throughout the years have been privately funded. And so we really feel like this has been a model public-private partnership with the public funds. We're so appreciative of through MAPS coming in and making this tremendous impact. I think has really been a game changer for Oklahoma City. And we do this as a part of the Boathouse Foundation on a $7 million budget. So we would suggest it is quite a return on that investment every year. And we do maintain the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic training designation, the only river in the country to have that. And again, after only 15 years, essentially, of having this world-class district. So I mentioned the economic impact validation that we feel is strong. And then we also want to mention the guest feedback. We spend a lot of time talking to the folks that come through, and truly we have people from all over the country that have come to the Boathouse District, to really the world. We capture a lot of comments. People want to see certain things. We have there's no doubt the Whitewater has been an incredible addition, truly world-class in every way, and it's going to bring a lot of opportunity into the future. We could use more water features, additional elements. When people are down and they get wet one time, and we had a project initially in the original project that included other features that had to be at the time value engineered out. So needing more attractions that also is connected to throughput. I mean, we want to keep people in the venue. We want to give them more things to do, and we want to spread out the demographic to where there are things for your small children to do while the adults and the older kids are being active. So we feel like we've got something very special, and there's things that we can do to enhance this. And I throw this in here just to show that truly we're talking about this is intergenerational, and for everybody, whether it be whitewater rafting, dragon boating, as you can see here. And then I also want to mention the outdoor industry feedback, because part of what we're proposing too is, again, that return on investment comes in new events and opportunities for Oklahoma City. We had a tremendous, I think, game-changing event about a month ago with the outdoor industry, bringing the paddle sport retailers show to Oklahoma City, coming from places like Salt Lake City and Madison, Wisconsin. They would have never thought to come to Oklahoma City. We convinced them to take a look, and they were overwhelmed by what they experienced. And you can see in those quotes, this is tremendously impactful. If you can perceive Oklahoma City being discussed along the likes of Boulder, Colorado, Asheville, Portland, that is happening now at the outdoor industry level, and it's through events like this. This is at the Cox Center. We had the indoor component of that show. The outdoor component was in the Boathouse District. The only reason they came was because of the river. And so we believe this will continue in the future. They want to come back. And this will lead to many, many other things. But when you have some of the top outdoor industry leaders in the country putting their sights in Oklahoma City, we think that will lead to many other things. And that's at least a $2.5 million impact on the action there. So, and then so this leads us to our strategic request. It involves many priority projects, a special event and leadership center, additional attractions and whitewater improvements. I can certainly get into specifics if you have questions. This is detailing the location, really spread across the east end of the Boathouse District, accessible to the guests to River Sport and the Whitewater Center. The first one involves the second floor of the Whitewater Center that was essentially roughed in under the original project. This is what it looks like upstairs. We believe that through the completion of that, again, this attacks our seasonality issue by having opportunities for year-round events in the Whitewater Center, but more importantly, what it can do to further elevate us at a national and international level as we introduce leadership programming to the district, because there's nowhere in the world that combines what we have with whitewater, rowing, Olympic training, ropes courses, and to combine that with a curriculum that involves leadership, I think, is powerful, not only for people that it will bring to Oklahoma City, but also to our youth. We will incorporate youth leadership into this as well. That will go into the second floor, immediate return on investment with that project, and obviously the timing of such, we're going to want to get started fairly quickly on that. This is just an idea of just the leadership. We feel like a very conservative look at what it could do to create revenue each year. We believe at least $300,000, upwards a little bit more than $300,000 a year to support the district and the operations. We think that can go up, though, as we continue to promote that project. Furthermore, we have the additional high-capacity attractions that we're promoting, whether zip lines, rock climbing, other elements. Many of these things were in the original project. This is a view that you saw back probably 7 years ago when we had a Whitewater Center fly-through, and it incorporated a large rock climbing feature, which was a cornerstone to the Charlotte venue that we've compared ourselves against. When we opened, before opening, we had to remove some of these elements like this and water features that we feel like are very important to the overall experience and throughput. We do want to bring those back. And when you add those up, we believe that is, in year one, at least a $400,000 impact on the district and the operation. Again, assisting in our sustainability efforts that are critical to the organization and maintaining the momentum in the Boathouse District. The next one is filtration improvements and capacitors. You can see the bottom picture is the inside of the pump house. If you've not seen that firsthand, we encourage you anytime to come take a look. It really is an engineering marvel when you look at that. As great as it is, we have a few issues that we want to address. One are installing capacitors, which will be a budget relieving element. It will allow the center to have a more efficient operation from an electrical standpoint, the way we start these pumps. We think that'll make an impact of upwards of about $100,000 a year. Above that is a picture of the Whitewater Center with, on the left, is how it appears today is water that is brown or very turbid, and on the right is bluer water, which is with the effect of some dye that we've used. And we believe that's a really important component because of our Oklahoma red dust. It kind of permeates, gets into our filtration. We need to enhance that filtration system with we believe a version of like a sand filtration system. I show this. This is recently installed, and again, our counterpart in Charlotte. Hurricane Florence came through that area, as you know, last month, and the picture on the left is Charlotte one day after Hurricane Florence came through with all the runoff they received due to their new filtration system. We feel like that's a very important element to while our water is clean, we treat it. Having the clearer, bluer water, I think is very important, again, to the perception, the public perception, and the guest perception of the center, especially as we look to the future with some tremendous event opportunities down the road. This is an overview of the capacitors, the impact on, again, the estimated the cost, and we think it'll be about $100,000 savings. Next up, we have, again, water features, an interior theater of the Whitewater Center, some additional paving and trails, and shade. I'm going to quickly review that. Water features are the #1 comment we received from the public. Again, more things, it's hot here, as we know, and you get wet in Whitewater, and that's it. So we've had to add some inflatable water slides. That's not a good long-term solution. So we've strategically looked at various different things that we can do within this budget that we think will be incredibly powerful, but will open us up to an entire new demographic of guests that will come. More families will come that will, again, support the sustainability efforts. I remind you that bottom right picture is the Whitewater Center in model form. We originally had an idea of bringing Whitewater in interactive features that we had to, again, value engineer out. And there's a lot of ways we can do that, along with the climbing features, as well as I mentioned before. Improving river access is a component that we think is really important to connect the river to the Whitewater Center. This is a primary comment that came from the outdoor retail show that we want to connect. We believe that will certainly impact as we continue to make improvements to the Whitewater Center and get more people in there. That includes dock, ADA accessible ramp, and some additional features and paving. Finally, there's several improvements around the Whitewater Center, operational improvements that we've recognized through about nearly 3 years of operations, through food and beverage, through some additional shade and deck structures that are really important. We have a lot of people that come in on certain days during the week. We want to spread that out, but also create more amenities, even that encourage people to come in the evening. Landscaping improvements and security and lighting improvements we think are important. You saw that video earlier of a night element that we brought in that was very popular. We'd like to be able to do more of that in the future. So with that, we believe overall we're talking about a $3.5 million impact, whether it be economic impact or impact to the foundation in terms of what this will deliver. And of course, this does not include other opportunities like naming right opportunities and impact on like past sales and things that we believe are critical, again, to addressing that long-term sustainability of the riverfront and the Boathouse District. So with that, if I take any questions you may have.
There was much discussion about not just only tourism that is impacting, because of the district, but also our schools that are taking opportunities to get into rowing and other things. And then the enhancements that we're talking about for children will also help, with families being able to come and participate and be a part of it. And I think the committee actually was in support after hearing from staff that this is something that we need to really move forward, that it needs to be an investment, and they've looked at how that can return. So I know the advisory committee was unanimously in favor of support.
Mike, I really appreciate the attention to try to figure out year-round. It is complicated, with our crazy weather.
Yes.
Hence today. I didn't know there was a tornado.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I think it's a really smart approach. And, it's a long time ago that we, began this project. And I think a lot of people forget how much was value engineered out of the original plan that would have provided for this recurring revenue and sustainability. And so, we're so fortunate that we find ourselves in a place where we've got some extra resources. And thank you for the strategic approach that your board has taken to try to. Yeah, I was down there the other night for the regatta, and it was just so unbelievable. It was packed, lights on, huge energy, kids, old people dragon boating, my age. I mean, it was really exciting to see, and I do think it's changed the image of Oklahoma City more for people from outside to some extent, and we've got a lot of work to do on our own citizens that includes a more robust marketing budget that you currently have. But thank you, Mike.
And I did want to emphasize, too, that so much of what we do at the regatta, for example, involved children that would have never had the experience that we do. That's part of the mission of the Boathouse Foundation. We provide that at no cost to a large segment of our community. And so these projects allow us to do that and create the revenue that allows us to provide those programs.
I appreciate those programs, but I mean, my concern is that most people can't afford the whitewater experience. Most families, what would that cost for a family of 4? I mean, it's well over $150. I mean, that's not within probably the majority of families. That's not what they're going to go do entertainment. I mean, it's very expensive. It excludes a lot of children and a lot of families. And I'm just confused about the process because we had a presentation where every committee, every MAPS project had desires or good, things that they would spend this money on. And then the next thing I know, this $8 million is being presented to the MAPS 3 Advisory Committee and then us. I assume that whatever was put in front of the MAPS 3 Advisory Committee probably would have been approved. I guess my question is, who makes that decision? Okay, it's going to be $8 million, and this $8 million is going to go to the advisory committee, as opposed to another senior wellness center or trails, sidewalks, something in the park. Who is it that's making that decision that says, okay, it's going to be $8 million, and this goes to the MAPS 3 Advisory Committee?
Yeah, I know there was much discussion about that very thing, Ed, and that was looking at the priorities of being able to specifically deal with certain projects that made sense at certain times. For example, this is off-season for them, but the bottom line was that after all of the proposed considerations had come in, that there was believed to be enough to finance all of those projects. And so it became just a kind of a matter of priority in terms of how can we bring these things on that makes in a sensible way. And the thought, though, is that all of those projects would be able to be financed.
Well, the presentation we got from Mike, I mean, not everything's, there's not enough money for everything that was on the wish list.
Okay, a couple of things on this. This is the second time that there's been a tranche of projects that have been approved. We did the modern streetcar a couple of months ago where we added the line on 5th Street between Robinson and...
$4 million.
Yes, sir. Right. That's correct. And now this one's coming through, both of which have been very lengthily discussed at the MAPS Oversight Board, because for that same reason, why should we be doing this now? And the decision was that they should be doing it now, and that was the decision that came out of it. And we're close to doing most of the projects if we take a look at the money that's still remaining in the convention center, because the convention center came in under budget. There is some money in that budget, and that, with the excess funds and contingency, gets us a long ways down the road of achieving most of the desires that are out there.
Jim, this comes right on the heels of an $8 million infusion 2 months ago to the Boathouse Foundation, right, from our general fund.
How much?
That was a reimbursement, $2 million reimbursement.
I mean, this is the second thing in a few months.
Right, and last summer there was $2 million. Part of it was out of MAPS 3 for some capital startup, and $1.5 million that came out of the general fund at that point in time. Yes, sir.
Councilman Shadid, I would say that as I cast my vote today, I'm certainly cognizant of those other needs, like the potential for a 5th senior center and Union Station, and I have been assured that we still have the resources for all of those things within a bit of a range. And the second thing I'd say in relationship to the boathouse project specifically is certainly my personal view. I recognize that's not necessarily codified in here, that this is the end of MAPS 3 funding for the river sport project. I mean, I don't know that Mike.
No, you are correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, so even though it may have been like 1 month and then 2 months later, I mean, I don't expect to see Mike at that podium in regards to MAPS 3 funding again.
Because there's no more money.
Well, there is more money, but there are other needs for those other projects, and we need to now turn our focus to them, I think.
So my preference would be that we would have a formal presentation to this council by the MAPS Oversight Committee providing an overall recommendation and not just let this project come forward, push it through as a consent item. I think, we are talking originally about $31 million of surplus. We've spent $4 for the streetcar, and I recognize the urgency of that because we're trying to bring it online in December. I get that. So here we are voting on a proposal to spend close to 30% of the remaining surplus. I think that's not being performed in a manner that I would recommend. I think we should look at all of the funds that we currently have and look at all the projects that those funds could be allocated towards, and here are the reasons why this one should get funded this amount and this one should get funded another amount. I appreciate the so-called urgency of this being a downtime, but I'm continued to be reminded of how government projects progress. We're in close to the 10th year of the Oklahoma City Boulevard being constructed, it seems like. We just have to deal with the fact that things take a while when you're talking in terms of public funds. I think the citizens would expect us to review this carefully. It's their money, not ours, and make this kind of a decision in a holistic manner. So that's my preference.
So may I interpret your request? You are asking probably then to pull out this item and then make a motion for deferral. Is that what it is? Okay.
Before we do that, can I hear a little more from you and you, Jim, as to the urgency for this, the timing for this, why we're doing it now? Is it just a seasonal thing, or are there other things we need to think about?
Mike can probably address that best.
Well, it very much is a seasonal thing for us. It's very difficult to do projects that we're talking about during the operating season, and I can't stress enough the importance of, as an organization operating a venue without, we do not receive public funds for operations, so needing some additional resources that were value engineered out for the next season, I think is very important and timely. And as I said, this is a project that we've had these particular projects have been discussed for over a year, and we've had these, and we understood that the process that we had to go through the subcommittee and then to the advisory council, which occurred a couple of weeks ago. So we presented this really at the end of last year, anticipating the need to try to address it this year over the winter.
And I do, David, in terms of full vetting, this was fully vetted with all of the projects at the citizens, first at the MAPS subcommittee level, and then at the MAPS Citizens Oversight Board, and was approved. So not to take away our own decision-making, but all of these considerations were taken into serious consideration when the Oversight Board voted.
Well, no, I appreciate that, and I'm not suggesting that it wasn't, but I think it deserves a formal presentation to this council that here's the committee's recommendations as it relates to the surpluses, and this is what we want to use those surpluses.
I think the best point you're making is that it needs to be a holistic approach. We got $31 million, and how much is going to each one. And,
We had
and
31.
We had 31, that's right.
Jim, is
With the possibility of another 20, right, Jim?
Yes, sir.
is the money that's in the bank, is it a fixed rate that we're earning interest?
This is a fixed rate? No, it's a variable. We have different investments
Okay.
that are out there.
So if we had a minimum 1% return, we're making about $25,000 a month by waiting in interest. I mean, your $100,000, 4 months, we have the money to, there is that consideration. And if we're making more than 1% return on our money, which I don't know that we are, but, that we are collecting money by waiting.
Can someone tell me when the advisory board plans on coming back to us, or when we will visit with them next?
David, can you address that, please?
As Councilman Cooper was saying, the advisory board went in a lengthy discussion on this, and all of the subcommittees have come up with their idea of what they would like to add with their specific project area. And we had that compiled, and as Mr. Knopp was saying, they saw the need for things that can bring income right now and seasonal issues. So the advisory board is looking at the entire picture and believes that we can fund the whole thing. There's roughly $28 million right now in excess funds and interest. And then the convention center is still sitting with $22 million because we came in under budget, and they still have an $11 million contingency amount. So the discussion with the advisory board was that they feel like they can fund all of the projects that all of the subcommittees want, just not right now, because the convention center is going to hold on to that money for a little bit, just until we get out of the ground. We just now got a stairway up out of the ground. So the idea was that the overall picture is seen by the advisory board. It's just not maybe formalized to this body, but they feel confident that they can fund all of the asks that are out there.
David, so is it your opinion that the advisory board, I know they were unanimous, but they really feel that this project needs to move forward now because of these seasonal issues?
Right. That and an immediate need and the ability to help raise income through the Boathouse Foundation. Similar with the streetcar that was approved and sent to this body also, that we were under construction, we needed to move with that. There's some things out there that we're still waiting on as far as the plan that Public Works is doing for the Union Station. We need to make sure we're right with that. There's just some other things moving, and that's why it's coming in piece by piece, sort of, as you're seeing it, the perception here.
Which individuals make the decision that, okay, it's going to be $8 million, and this is what will be presented to the advisory committee?
Well, each of the subcommittees went through and discussed all their needs,
right,
and we put estimates to that.
Right.
And then the discussion that I get from the advisory board, as far as what we just said, as far as need, immediate need, we're building trails and sidewalks now. Maybe we don't need to be building additional trails and sidewalks right now, but maybe in the future. Union Station is a little ways down the road, so we've got time on that.
So, David, which individuals, what human beings make...
Well, I guess ultimately it's me, because I respond to what the advisory board has conversation and what they ask.
And Chairman McDaniel, I guess, is...
Yeah, you're right.
Ultimately is sort of the controller of the agenda, I guess. I hadn't really thought about it.
But you're responding to the information that comes to you and the requests that came out of the subcommittees.
Right. I'm not just...
And whoever subcommittee came out and said, we need to do this now, and you took that then and took it to the full board. The full board made that same recommendation, is now bringing it to the city council.
But you also met with the council privately, and we had the presentation from Mike, and you got... Is that the feedback that you got from the council?
Well, that was really just informational, so that everybody would know where we are and feel comfortable with the $28 million that we had, or at the time it was 32, I believe, and just the overall status of the program. That's why we did that.
Mr. Mayor, I think given the council's comments today, I think it would just be really important for us to defer this and then allow staff to come back and make a formal presentation of all of the projects so that we have a clearer picture, I think, and would feel more comfortable being able to think about moving forward. I think we can delay a couple of weeks and defer and then come back, and I think that would help the whole council feel a little bit better about the projects and what that looks like going forward, if you had an opportunity to kind of have a little more insight on everything. I think that would be helpful.
So is that a motion to defer to the next council meeting?
Yes, I move to the next, defer to 2 weeks to the next council meeting, allow staff to come back and make a formal presentation and help.
Okay, and that is noted. I'm going to maybe ask you to do that again in a minute. We've got a motion on the table already for the other items. This is just a technical thing. But so we'll approve the other items. I mean, I should say we will vote on the other items. Then I'll ask you for that motion again, and then we'll pull this one out of those other items.
Can I ask one last question?
Yeah, and then Larry.
To David. So since you're the one making the recommendation and the dollar amount and what goes to the MAPS 3 Advisory Committee, and you made that decision based on feedback from the advisory committee and everything, do you have anything else lined up? Do you anticipate bringing anything else to the advisory committee in the near future, and a dollar amount, and if so, what?
Sure. There's an issue that one of the members of the advisory board has brought up about some additional funds for a wellness center. I'm taxing my brain here. There are things that come along, and there's other things that I think will be a little further along. The discussion at the last advisory board meeting was that the 5th Wellness Center should probably wait a while. We're just now getting going with the 3rd, and we've got an RFP out for the 4th, so I don't think there's a rush on that.
But you want to make sure that there's money there so that the question doesn't answer itself.
Right, and if there's funds for the lower park, which is coming up real quick to start construction, if we can get some additional funds for that and do some bigger buildings and do some things that the operator wants, I might be bringing that sooner than later.
Well, has the public heard, to Lee's point, has the public heard the presentation that we heard privately about what all this committee?
If they were watching the advisory board, yes.
Okay.
It was a full presentation at the MAPS advisory board, not last month, but the month before.
That's correct.
Okay.
David?
Okay.
Excuse me, but I have a question, and Councilman Cooper, it relates to your possible motion. Would you be able to make a full presentation for the use of the full or the remaining $28 million by next council meeting?
I could provide the same presentation that we already provided. We won't have anything as a formal recommendation from the advisory board until the next advisory board meeting, which is at the end of this month.
But would that presentation that you're able to make break out the remaining $28 million by projects?
We have not broken that $28 million out per se as far as awarding it. What we have is a presentation that shows the desires of each of the subcommittees, their requests, which all added up is about $50 million. So if you take the 28 and potential savings in the convention center, it could be funded.
Yeah, but so here's my point. If we just start approving as these requests come to us, it's the first person to make a presentation gets the money, the last one in line.
Well, I think his point is that all the current requests are the same amount as the money that we have. I don't know if that's a master plan or if that's just coincidental, but that's...
I thought he said $50 million.
He does.
Yes.
But with the money that's in savings, that's in reserve at the convention center, with the $28 million that he has, that we're in the ballpark of being able to fund everything that's out there. And we're not coming back with a request. We're coming back with requests that have some reasons for some urgency. And I believe that there's going to be a couple more that come down the line. As we said, I know that there's been discussion about Wellness Center number 1, about having some other things out there. Not a large amount of money, but some requests out there. And I think that based upon the urgency, there's going to be small requests coming down the line. I think this is the last large request we may see.
Well, if we're comfortable at this point to say that the convention center, we know what its total cost is, and we know that there's going to be a surplus, and so we do now have $50 million, I'd be willing to listen to David's presentation to us at the next council meeting on how that $50 million will be allocated.
Well, he can't really do that until the advisory board gives him that recommendation. So
Right,
maybe the direction is we would like the advisory board to actually take up this issue and give us a recommendation for a holistic plan for all that.
But the whole $50 million list that's out there came from the subcommittees, and that is in the report, and he can give that same presentation that we gave to the MAPS oversight, which lines out those potential projects that are out there. We can certainly do that in 2 weeks.
And I'm okay, and we'll hold that group to that number.
Doesn't it seem a little bold to say we're not going to have cost overruns when we haven't even broken ground on the convention center? It's like the largest construction project of the whole deal.
I broke the ground.
Okay, you broke ground. Okay. You haven't got into the, I mean, isn't it a little bold to say we're definitely not going to have cost overruns? I mean, that's why you have contingency funds, right? Because you have contingencies.
But Ed, we have $11 million in the convention center project.
I understand
In addition to
I think
the
that's why
$20
we
million
haven't
that it was under
formally
budget.
released the money yet. But David, when would you feel comfortable saying, we're not going to need that $11 million and we're not going to need that 22?
Me personally, maybe when it's finished, no, seriously.
The $11 million, I think, we'll keep toward the end of the project.
Right,
And each month, we know whether, as things come up, what we're finding underground and those type of things.
Right, we're past all the underground dangers.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, the 11's not even in the 50.
Right.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, we have 50 extra plus the 11 contingency.
That's correct.
That's why this has gone as it has, because there is sort of a comfort level for those who are following it really closely that there is a lot of money here for the extra projects. But that has clearly not been presented to the council, and so I think it's entirely appropriate to defer and have that presentation in a formal way for the council.
You could have the presentation that was given to the advisory committee that shows the needs and wants of each subcommittee, the money, so that we're not asking, you can show where all this money is, and then show how everybody's needs are going to get met.
Yeah, we're just asking for the same level of comfort that some people in this room already have.
Fair enough.
And I do think there's a difference between needs and wants that we're going to want to be sure about.
Correct, for sure.
We're building sidewalks and trails with our penny sales tax, and there's some things that factor into some of those lists that we also need to vet out pretty carefully.
Okay, so there's a request to pull out this item. I can just handle that sort of with a wave of my hand. And so now item BE has been pulled out of the motion that was made earlier for approval of the consent docket. Is there any other discussion on that item, though, while we're on it? Yes, yes, you raised your hand a long time ago, and I apologize.
Yeah, I've listened to this for a long time today. And one thing that concerns me is the possibility that we as a council are interjecting ourselves into a very well-run decision-making framework of advisory committee, subcommittees, and data. And I think we need to be careful that we don't send a message that says we think we are more omnipotent and omniscient than the committees that have put all this work together. That's my free advice.
Good point.
Yeah, I don't think we are. I think it's just that we want the same info that they have.
Yeah, we're just, again, trying to reach that comfort level that apparently the subcommittee has obtained, and I don't think there's anything wrong. Ultimately, when criticism starts getting cast around, we tend to get most of it and not members of committees. So I'm just trying to reach that same comfort level that others have obtained.
Okay. Any other discussion on that or any other item under the consent docket? All right. Seeing none, we already had a motion and a second, so this is for approval of the consent docket except for item BE. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. So now, Councilman Cooper, you had a motion on BE.
I would like to move that we would defer 2 weeks. Will 2 weeks, Councilman, give you enough time to kind of get there?
I'm anticipating gaining that comfort level through a presentation that will be made to us.
All right. So then we don't need to have the advisory committee. So 2 weeks deferral on this particular item.
Okay, and
so I'll make that motion.
Got it, and I bet there's a second from Councilman Greenwell with that.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
All right, so this is a deferral to the next council meeting for item BE. And any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes 8-1. Okay. All right. That concludes the consent docket. And real briefly, Meg alluded to this, we get kind of sequestered here, and there have been some small tornadoes that touched down in the metro, including, it appears, in our city limits, and Chief Kelly and Eric Winger, I asked the city manager to get someone in here just to brief us, just 2 minutes. It doesn't appear to be significant, but any tornado is significant, and for us to have been sitting up here kind of out of the information loop during that time concerned me. So just real quick, Chief Kelly to talk about the tornado.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity. Just real quick, I know while you're in here working, there has been a lot going on outside, so I wanted to update you on what's been taking place. This is from the fire department perspective. I know I've seen a lot of things on the news, but I've been in contact with staff once I got out of here. The only reports of damage that we've actually responded to are in the southeast side of the city and Councilman Stone's area in Ward 4, about southeast of 149th and Anderson Road. We did have 2 to 3 homes that did have roof damage there. We went out, actually responded to that location, checked it out. There were no injuries, and that's the most important thing that we found so far. We did have some power lines up north on the 122nd, I believe. What we're seeing on the news in the damage area around the Frontier City area, although we have not responded to any of that damage because we didn't have any injuries or any concerns in that area. So it's actually been really pretty slow for us, which is a good thing. But that's the only damages that we've had in the area. We've had a couple other calls for services where we helped other agencies. But that's the only response we've had from the fire department perspective. I know there's some other areas that might have been reports of damage and issues. And what our reports we got back were just what we seen was really straight line, what it looks to be more straight line damage. We didn't see any spin-ups where we've seen long-term what you would see through a tornado movement in the area. So that's all we've seen so far. Do you have any questions of me? Like I said, we've been in continued contact with staff. I've also talked with emergency management staff to see what we've had. But that's the only updates I have right now.
Okay. And Eric, you had some thoughts as well. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for all you guys do.
So from a public works perspective, we also look at the city from just an infrastructure standpoint, and so we don't have any major city infrastructure damage items. Obviously, with the continued rains, we're monitoring flooding very closely. We do have some localized flood conditions, but that's really not something that is unforeseen for Oklahoma City. I think what we would advise is there are additional rains that appear to be on the way, so we probably will see some high water in some streets. Should we need to close a street due to high water, we're prepared to do so. So crews are active today doing that. We can confirm the report that Chief Kelly just made that, yes, there are some power lines down near I-35 and in northwest 122nd Street. Public Works is working with police right now to secure that roadway until those lines can be removed. We only have one signal that is on flash, so currently we do not have any traffic signals that are out. That one signal is in Bricktown at Mickey Mantle and Reno, but we should be able to restore it very quickly. And then our last report is that we have 6 trees that are down partially maybe in a lane of traffic, and those will be removed shortly. So from an Oklahoma City perspective, very minimal damages from either the straight line winds or the possible tornadoes that touch down. We are receiving a lot of reports east of Oklahoma City of other damages. We're starting to monitor that just as well, just to make sure that we don't have any call-ins. But should we receive additional calls through emergency management, we're going to respond with police and fire and take care of those needs. From an Oklahoma River perspective, we're moving a lot of water. So with the continued rains, we do have gates, as you know, on the river. They're currently 60% in the open position. So there's a lot of water coming from West Oklahoma coming down the river right now. Overholster is releasing water as well, just with the rain. The actual quantity is 2,650 cubic feet a second. To kind of put that into relation, layman's terms, probably it's about 20,000 gallons a second or about 1 million gallons a minute is coming down the river right now. So it gives you perspective. You've seen the water through those dams, but that was the reason it was designed that way. It is a flood control, and it makes sure that we don't have flooding in Oklahoma City by monitoring that water through the Oklahoma River. So I would say for just rains, it's kind of typical for us. We've expected these kinds of items, and so we're prepared, and I, too, can answer any questions you might have from Public Works.
I understand there's some damage at the zoo.
Trees are down at the zoo, and they've had some power outages, so they're having a delayed opening.
Okay.
And I don't know when that they're going to open, but they're planning on opening later today.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right.
Eric, no structural losses at this point?
Other than the trees and maybe what Chief Kelly just reported, maybe some private damages, nothing that we're aware of except for maybe the zoo report. But no, we haven't received any other reports.
I saw in Midwest City, I saw some pictures of cars flipped over and some stuff there, but that was outside our city.
And I think over the evening, you probably saw in the news, the major flooding event was at Northwest 39th and MacArthur. But again, that being in War Acres, it's not specifically a city item. So, but they had some high water, and I think maybe some high water rescues at Northwest 39th and MacArthur.
Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone, for that digression, but I thought it was important that we get briefed real quick. Concurrence docket, item 8. We've got a motion to move items A through K as a group. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we have item 9 now. Items requiring separate votes. We have item A1. This is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. This is at 12033 Northwest Expressway, moving it from AA to C3. Councilman Greiner.
Anybody sign up?
No, sir.
Yeah, staff recommended approval and Planning Commission had a unanimous approval, so that I move for approval.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We are now at 9A2. This is 9425 Southwest 44th, moving from AA to R1. Councilman McAtee has stepped out, but are you getting him, Francis? Went to get a flu shot. Okay, maybe we can, the next two are his. Maybe we can, the next one's deferred. All right, let's jump down. I think I have the mayoral prerogative to do that. Let's move down to 9C. This is in Ward 8. This is ordinance on final hearing, closing a utility easement south of Northwest 164th and west of Rockwell. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an ordinance to close a utility easement that was incorrectly located. It passed at the Planning Commission. There are no protests, and I'd move for its approval.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously, such as it is. Yes. So B was deferred at the beginning of the meeting. Yeah, I guess the proponents of that, the applicants asked for a deferral, so when we did that with Mr. Couch, yeah. So we're good there. All right, Larry's back. Let's move back to item 9A2. That was 9425 Southwest 44th from AA to R1. Councilman McAtee.
Is the applicant present?
Sir, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Brad Reed with Crafts and Toll, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant. It's a 40-acre site, zoned into R1. That's the surrounding areas are all R1. We're planning 160 lots on the 40 acres for the preliminary plat.
Okay, and this was presented to the Planning Commission, and there were no objections. Has anybody signed up?
No, sir.
Unless the council has some questions, I move for approval.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are at 9A3. This is SPUD 1074. So it's at 6029 Northwest 23rd, moving from SPUD 871 to SPUD 1074, subject to the technical evaluation. Councilman McAtee.
Is the applicant?
Good morning. I'm Kendall Dillon with Craft and Toll, 300 Point Parkway. This is an application that pertains to a 1-acre tract of land that lies on the north side of 23rd Street. It's approximately a quarter mile west of MacArthur. The site is currently zoned in a SPUD that allows for office and indoor warehouse space and uses. And so the purpose of our application today is to hopefully add some limited light commercial uses to the entitlements for this piece of property. I think if you look at the area, it's predominantly commercial zoning around it. In fact, immediately to our west is straight C3 zoning with a liquor store and a restaurant. Immediately to our south is a large tract of C3 zoning that has apartment complex. There's an Aldi grocery store, a church, and then some fast food restaurants. So obviously I think our application is compatible with the surrounding zoning. Just a few specifics on the SPUD itself. Our base zoning is C1, neighborhood commercial use. We've limited that down to, I think, a total of 15 uses. We've provided an architectural standard. We've limited the height of the buildings to 25 feet, maximum building size of a little over 12,000 square feet. And then we've restricted our signs to 8-foot monument signs. So I think if you look at it, we're compatible, consistent with what's going on in the area, and surrounds us. Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval, and we'd ask the same from you all.
Thank you, sir. Anybody signed up? No, sir. With nobody signed up, unless the council has some questions, I'll move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 9B was deferred through an uncontested continuance at the beginning of the meeting. We approved 9C a moment ago, and that brings us to 9D. This is resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role for the Stockyard City Business Improvement District. This is, there's also a public hearing portion of this, so I would ask if anyone has come here to speak in the public hearing portion on the item 9D2. No one has, and so I would entertain a motion or any discussion on this.
Sure. I mean, this is really exciting. Stockyards is the oldest urban Main Street program in the state. It's been hugely successful, and we just continue to see great growth happening and kind of a coming together of the actual Stockyards and Stockyards Main Street to work on increasing tourism and all. And so there's been great work done, and we appreciate Kim, and we appreciate the Main Street team being here. I would move approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this resolution adopting and confirming the assessment role for the Stockyard City Business Improvement District. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to a related item, 9E. This is an ordinance on final hearing adopting and ratifying the assessment role for that previously mentioned Stockyard City Business Improvement District.
Move approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9F1 and 2. So, okay, this is bringing us to the colloquially known as the scooter ordinance. I think we are very likely to defer this. We can handle that in a moment, but it is probably a good idea for the council to have a little bit of a discussion here to give staff some direction. But there was a flurry of information that came in just in the last few days, noticeably from the, most notably from the companies who operate here, and I think there's multiple people on the Horseshoe who'd like to keep this going. There is no particular urgency as the scooters are operating right now. So maybe the best approach would be to start with the presentations from Bird and Lime. And Matt, do you want to come speak? We've got Matt Ball. And
one thing I might say before Matt starts, if that's
Councilman
okay. I got a call from one of the scooter companies, and they were talking about our ordinance and things that they thought should be changed. And being a lawyer, I like to see the changes on paper. And so I said, if you have some changes, give me a red line version. What you like, what you don't like, let's see what our differences are. And so Matt was kind enough to send me a red line version, and hopefully everybody's received that. And then apparently, I guess late last night or early this morning, Lime made some comments. And so I think it's a healthy process if we can see what our differences are and visit about those, and that's what I think those presentations will show us today.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead, and then we'll hear from Lime in a moment.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Blanca Laborde, and I'm Senior Manager of Government Partnerships for Bird Rides. I'm happy to be with you here today to discuss dockless mobility. Thank you very much for your willingness to tackle this issue with your proposed ordinance. We believe that responsible regulation and enforcement, including many of the provisions in your ordinance, such as smart growth, data sharing, and parking guidelines, are important as dockless mobility continues to expand in communities throughout the country and throughout the state. Nevertheless, we do continue to have some concerns about incorporating your existing revocable permit process into this ordinance. The existing revocable permit process requires us to apply for a permit for each and every nest location, which is where we deploy our birds at the beginning of each day. Oklahoma City would be the first city in the country to permit nest locations. We applaud the city for the ordinance it's crafted, but this particular provision does give us pause. Free market and citizen demand drives scooter placement each morning so that we can quickly respond to the transportation needs of your citizens. Our goal is to serve your constituents with the best service and transportation options we can provide. Allowing us to function nimbly is also going to give you, the city, much better data in order to for your transportation planning. So the administrative processes required by the revocable permit is not only burdensome to us and the city, but we believe that any concerns or issues that seek to be addressed through that process can be streamlined or better addressed using technology. There are 3 parts of the revocable permit process that we are being asked to comply with right now. The insurance certificate, an aerial map marking the location of each scooter deployment, and 3, a letter of no objection from the property owners. On the insurance certificate portion, the insurance certificate that's required by that revocable permit is also required in the ordinance that you're contemplating right now. So if staff believes that there's any additional insurance requirements that are in the revocable permit that are not in the ordinance, we are happy to discuss those, and they could easily be included in this document. The second is the aerialness of maps with the property marked with a box at each location. So again, nests are our deployment points in the morning. From this deployment point, Oklahoma City citizens go and they take they scan the scooter and they take it to any place that they need to be, whether it be work or school or to run an errand, etc. If the system is set up properly, those birds are in their nests in the morning for a very, very short period of time. After that, they are located throughout the city wherever the citizens have taken them. So the revocable permit process that's requiring us to license that nest location is really only applies to a location where they're deployed for where they remain for a very, very short period of time. So we understand that the city's interest in knowing where scooters are in the city at any given time, but the interest extends to knowing where they are throughout the day, not only in the morning. That is why we provide, and I believe our competitor also provides, a dashboard that shows in real time where every bird is in the city at any given time, not only for that short period of time when it is deployed in the morning in that nest. So that's the second requirement. The third requirement is a letter of no objection from the property owner. So if the need to invoke the revocable permit process stems from property owner concerns, we believe this can also be addressed in the ordinance itself. We take property owner rights very seriously at Birds. We suggest writing into the license requirement that a licensee must demonstrate an internal process for dealing with property owner objections in the right-of-way. Should we receive a notice from the property owner that they don't want a nest located there, they don't want any birds deployed at their address that day, we will permanently remove that from our nest map, and they won't have a nest placed there again. So we can easily build that into the statute, and this provision can be strongly enforced, and really a requirement that a nest be removed within 2 hours and that a nest birds not be further deployed there. It mirrors the other language that's in this ordinance that requires a licensee to demonstrate internal processes. So we hope to continue to work with you on this ordinance and to collaborate so that we can come up with an ordinance for final passage that can serve the needs of all the citizens and allow this to be a true functioning first and last mile transportation options for the citizens.
Excuse me, may I ask some questions? So did you say that Now, would the city have access to this dashboard that locates or identifies where all of the scooters are located at any time?
Yes.
Now, historically, I mean, can you go back, and here's my question, if there was some incident, maybe a scooter ran into somebody or some other situation, can you go back and identify who was riding that scooter at that particular location at that time?
Yes.
And can you provide that information to the city?
Yes.
Okay.
The conversation about private property and getting the permission of the property owner in your format sounds a little bit like asking for forgiveness rather than asking for permission. And it seems to me that it puts the burden on the property owner to know who to reach out to and who to contact if they don't want them there, rather than...
So in the revocable permit process, the letter that we get from the property owner is not a letter of permission. It is a letter of no objection. So...
But you get it up front.
We do get, it is required to be gotten up front. But in all the markets in which we function, we find that we don't get property owner objections very often. In fact, we get more calls from property owners asking us to place nests than to remove them. And certainly, once the scooter leaves that nest where we've gotten that permit, the next place the bird goes is not going to be a location that has been permitted, in which there might also be an underlying property owner to that right-of-way.
I would also, if I can, I would also point members of the council to the indemnification language that's in the current, the ordinance as drafted now. The indemnification language is very, I would say, very strong, and protects the city against any third-party action of any kind as it relates to scooter business activity in the right-of-way, including from property owners. So, I mean, if there is any concern about liability to the city, I just wanted to state that that there is none. I just for the record.
Okay.
The data that's shared is anonymous, right? I mean,
Yes, the data is all anonymized, absolutely.
So you're talking about like only where there's a crime or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not interested in which one of us is riding the scooters, but just in case there's some kind of incident.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Is Laura here?
Laura Johnson, yes.
Okay. If I understand it correctly, you're questioning these provisions that you just did, and one of them is the revocable permit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you briefly tell me why you think a revocable permit is a good thing to add to the ordinance?
Currently, we're operating with a revocable permit process. We have about, I'm going to estimate 10 permits for bird and approximately 35 for lime. And initially, when we undertook that, it was because that's how we operate with other providers who utilize the city's easement. So, for example, if you're a restaurant, you're going to bring tables out, we require you to have a revocable permit. If you're a cell phone provider and you want to put cell phone equipment in the right-of-way, then we require you to have a revocable permit. So it seemed like a model that had worked before. It seemed an important step to compel that owner's permission, so to speak, or letter of no objection, and to set some standards for what would happen in the city's right-of-way. That's the rationale.
So those items that you just mentioned aren't mobile, right?
Pardon me?
The items that you just mentioned that would require that permit aren't mobile.
That's
table and
correct.
chairs or wireless equipment.
That's correct.
I think, Todd, that's the one thing that steps out in my mind is the short period of time that the bird remains or the scooter remains at the nest. And then the rest of the day it's sitting on property. It's not permitted. And I think in looking at this, we have an ordinance entitled Obstruction on Streets which specifically deals with sidewalks and specifically allows us to come up with an ordinance to craft the use on the sidewalk. And so my thought in all of this was, let's make everybody put something down on paper. Let's see what our differences are. Let's see if we can craft something that follows our own ordinance that talks about obstruction on streets and sidewalks. And that's why I wanted to defer it today, so we could have some more time to talk and have all the scooter companies participate.
Bird. All right. Thank you. And Sam Sadel, is that correct? I've been communicating with you, but never out loud. So,
nice to see you all.
Welcome, Sam.
My name is Sam Sadel. I'm Director of Government Relations for Lime in Oklahoma. This is Rob Greenleaf, who you've heard from previously.
We know Rob well.
He runs our system here in Oklahoma City. Everybody knows Rob.
Sam, would you lift up the microphone?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. We have been, having operated here in Oklahoma City, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be able to provide service to your community members, visitors, students, and others. So far, we've had more than 40,000, almost 50,000 rides since we began, and about 50,000 miles. We find these things are being used in a manner that is really quite impressive for a city of Oklahoma City size. We're seeing people across the community use them to get where they need to go. I echo the comments from my colleagues at Bird. There are some challenges with the ordinance as we see it, but overall I think it's a very well put together ordinance, and I want to compliment city staff for their hard work on it and for being very open and honest with us in the communication process. There's been a strong back and forth, and that's been really what we want to see from cities across the country, and we're really appreciative of it. I think the revocable permit section does give us pause. We deploy our scooters in the mornings in the public right-of-way, and that's sort of what we're seeking a permit from the city to do, is deploy in the public right-of-way. They, as Blanca mentioned, they do not tend to stay in those locations for an extended duration, and so the value of the revocable permit seems somewhat confusing. I think from our perspective, it would be easier for us to operate the fleet, but without that, but really it'd also be better for the city. If there's a major event, if there's a Thunder game, or if there's something else where we need to put a lot of scooters, we're going to want to be able to put 50, 100 scooters outside the stadium so that people can use them to get home after the basketball game. Same thing in the inverse. If there's an event where the city is elected to block off streets, we don't want to put scooters in that area, deploy scooters in that area in the morning. And so, but with the existing permit, we would then be required not to deploy those scooters anywhere because we don't have a permit to deploy them in a different location. So really, we're just asking for flexibility in where we can deploy our scooters in the public right-of-way, both in the morning as well as how we operate as a whole. There were a couple of other brief points that I wanted to mention. One is in the records section. There's a request for a rider profile to be associated with every ride, including age and gender of the rider. We take personal privacy very seriously at Lime, and I think it's a real worry that if that is required to be linked to every single ride, that's a violation of individual personal privacy. We don't collect that information up front. I don't want to collect that information up front. We'd be glad to work with you all to survey our ridership, to figure out who's riding these and how they're using them, but it's not something that I want to be required to give to you all, given the personal privacy implications therein. We don't have that information, and when people voluntarily fill out a profile, we keep that very much under lock and key, and it's never aggregated with a particular ride, with the exception of what Councilman Greenwell said on questions around safety and incidents and police incidents. And in those cases, we'll work directly with the police department to go through that process, but otherwise those two pieces are never linked in our system. Lastly, I wanted to briefly touch on data sharing. We're very excited to continue to share data with the city and to build out that data sharing piece of this. There are two primary data sharing methods that have grown since we've gotten up and running. One is the GBFS, which is General Bike Share Feed Specification. That has grown and is traditionally used for systems like Spokies and others, although we've moved on now to a new system primarily called the MDS system. And that's really where the community in the dockless mobility and communities around the country are gravitating. And so we would ask that the MDS system be included as the preferred method with data sharing with the city. So really 3 concerns from my end. One is the revocable permits, personal identifiable information, and then data sharing. But I should say overall it's a very well-crafted piece of legislation, and we're very excited to move forward.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Any questions, Councilman?
So have we resolved the issue of the number of scooters, or you?
I think from our perspective, as we look at it, we want the ability to grow with demand. The resolution as it exists sets a cap of 250 plus the ability to apply for up to 100 at a time, assuming that we're showing up more than 3 trips per vehicle per day. We feel comfortable with that. We would, obviously from our perspective, we're seeing really good demand, so we really want to grow. So really my one piece is that I'd like to see this move faster rather than slower, simply so we can grow the fleet before we move into a January, February, where demand is going to be lower.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
At this time, I'd move to defer this matter till our next city council meeting, which is on
2 weeks.
October 23rd.
Let me, so we had some minor amendments that had been introduced sort of before we decided to defer. I guess if we go ahead and defer and don't consider those amendments, that's fine. But if you have, take a look at those, and if you have some objection, let staff know in the next couple of weeks. But they related to, one was a bit responsive to Councilman Shadid's comments about this being a last mile solution. We did put in there that scooters at bus stops, COTFA bus stops, would not apply to the limit. And then we also took out, just because it always made me uncomfortable, this 7 a.m. requirement to have the scooters out. That didn't always struck me as none of our business, really. And then there was a special event resolution trying to figure out how to deal with special event areas that have their own revocable permits, and so that was in here as well. I would characterize those, again, as relatively minor compared to the larger issues that have been articulated here today. We'll probably just carry all that over into the next draft that will maybe address some of these other things as well.
I mean, my plan, if it works out okay, Mayor, is to sit down with the city attorneys, the companies, and see if we can hammer out some language that we all agree upon and then present it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Talk about night riding. Is there any restriction or, I noticed last night, for instance, coming home from dinner, there were tons of scooters deployed at 8:45 at night.
Councilwoman, we have actually found that in the evening is actually when we get some of the best ridership. We really want people to see us not just as a toy to mess around with when they have a few free minutes, but as a genuine transportation option, something that can be relied upon in the morning, in the evening. For instance, we're going to have 20,000 people coming out of Thunder games in the coming days and weeks, and so we want to be able to help them get to either their homes if they live in the downtown area or to their cars if they're parking further from the stadium. So yes, we believe that nighttime riding, or in the evening especially, is a really key piece of this, which is why all of our devices have lights on both the front and the back. They have white lights on the front, red lights on the back, as is required of anybody riding a bicycle in the evening. And so we are committed to that safety piece of that, and as we move forward, we'll continue moving.
Okay, so a couple of follow-ons. I do want to talk about safety.
Of course.
And I've communicated with Bird, and I think I've sent some emails to you as well. I'm getting 2 emails a day about safety concerns and people on sidewalks, people going too fast, people saying bad words, scooter people saying bad words when people suggest they should not be riding on the sidewalk, or I really implore both of you to work on training of your riders and, help integrate this into the community. It's exciting to have it, but we got lots of rights here, and we need to balance all that out. So that's one. And the second is, if we're riding at night, what time are people gathering them up?
Council, when we begin the process of gathering, usually around 9 o'clock in the evening, but that does take a while. And so as we begin to collect them all throughout the evening, usually they're all off by around midnight. But in reality, like I said, I think our hope is that we, in the same way that you can use a car at any hour of the day, the same way you can use a bike, the same way you can use 2 feet at any hour of the day, we want our system to be available for people whenever they need it.
The biggest complaint I'm receiving is usage of the vehicles on sidewalks. And
Yeah.
so anything you can give us that helps us patrol, stop, counteract that, what other cities are doing, that would be quite helpful.
Absolutely.
And
So we actually have an in-app message that, of course, notifies the riders that we implemented after the last meeting. And we have guys on the ground, ops teams on the ground at night, actually, on top of picking up scooters, speaking to folks, letting them know they should ride on the road, not the sidewalk. One thing I wanted to mention about the late night riding was we were reached out by the Cox Convention Center and Chesapeake Arena, specifically asking us to provide scooters for their Thunder fans to be able to ride to the arena and back. And that's potentially why last week you saw for one of the home games, there were a lot of scooters out as fans were coming to and going from the games. And local Bricktown hotels have also requested that we provide scooters for their guests on their private property. So AC Marriott, Hyatt Place, Holiday Inn Express, Aloft, and the Ambassador Hotel all have requested scooters. So that also potentially could provide or suggest why there are folks riding out late at night as well.
Mayor, the other thing I'd like to do is, I would like to thank Laura, our Assistant City Manager.
Absolutely.
She has worked so hard and so diligently on this, and I know at moments, there are times she felt like pulling her hair out, and then, but she has done a great job. Yeah, it might be right now, but we really want to thank her for all she's done.
Absolutely.
As an expression of your gratitude, I'd like to request that this be deferred for 4 weeks rather than 2, because the timeline is so short in getting on the agenda for the 23rd, that it really gives us a very small amount of time to try to work through a discussion of any change.
And at the city manager's suggestion, I was going to raise that as well, because Airbnb is scheduled to be on the next meeting, and maybe we should, is that okay with you?
That's fine with me.
Okay, all right, so we'll delay
that
it for
amendment.
2 meetings.
I move to defer this item till November the 6th, please.
Okay. Is there a second? We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Is there anything else anybody wants to say today? Well, we've got everybody here that would help the discussion as it moves forward over the next 4 weeks.
I'll make just one quick point. Earlier in the meeting, we did have a revocable permit for the Thunder, for Thunder Alley, and with that, they can request that the scooters be placed in there, which is kind of what we were going with the whole thing for revocable permits. So saying that you need more for the Thunder, we've actually already provided a way for that to happen. So, but good point.
And that's much appreciated. I think we're just asking for flexibility in the process.
Okay. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you,
And I
Mr.
know
Mayor.
some of you travel in for these meetings, so we appreciate that.
Thanks for having us.
All right. We now have item 9G1 and 2. I believe these came out of discussions at our last meeting about fines.
They did, and LaShawn Thompson is here this morning, I think with Cindy Richard, to discuss a little bit about the fine issue.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and introduce really quickly, and then LaShawn has her presentation prepared. This ordinance has been before you for a few weeks now, but as was mentioned, following the requests of the council members, there has been an introduction for an amendment on the fine.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. LaShawn Thompson, Court Administrator. Today, we're going to look at the public conveyance failure to pay. An amendment was requested to establish a lower fine amount than originally provided. The maximum fine for a Class A offense is $500. However, Section 33-63 establishes the amount a person can pay at the municipal court to close a case without appearing before a judge. So the original column is what was previously proposed. If council doesn't establish such an amount for a specific offense in Section 33-63, then it falls underneath the miscellaneous category, which is $65 plus court costs plus fees which, as you can see on the slide, results into a total penalty of $178. To accomplish the amendment requested while collecting the statutorily required court costs and state mandated fees, the proposed fine amount will be $10, court costs an amount of $83, state mandated fees $30, for a total penalty rate of $123. While this amount is paid without having to appear in court, I want to note that the municipal judges, absent unusual circumstances, generally assess the same amount in court as well. The original amount of $65 proposed in the chart is found at Section 33-63 for miscellaneous violations. If the floor amendment is adopted by council, the table will be modified, and the fine for failure to pay for public conveyance will be $10. A convicted defendant is required to pay a convicted defendant is required by statute to pay costs of prosecution as a part of the penalty. Essentially, a rate is established to cover the costs of prosecution that are identified by statute and case law and include the actual costs of the judicial system. The amount of the court costs is located in Section 60-33-11. State mandated fees that are assessed and remitted to the state are $30. I have additional slides showing where the evidence provides for the fines, costs, and fees, if you would like to see those slides, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, so the state fees, so on every municipal ticket, there's a state fee of $30?
That is correct. Any fine, $10 or more. So if the fine is $10 or more, we assess a state mandated fee of $30.
And where does the money go?
The money goes to the state. We collect the money on behalf of the state, and it's remitted back to the state. The city retains $2.08 of the state mandated fees.
Well, what's the rationale for the state collecting $30 per ticket?
That's a good question, Councilman.
Yeah.
As you can see on the slide that we have now $10, and these were just raised by the legislature in this past session. It used to be a little bit, it was $19 previously for decades, and now it's gone up to $30. So the cleat penalty assessment, the majority of that money goes to support cleat, which does law officer training across the state. A certain portion of it is retained by the city for the benefit of our police department, who runs, their own cleat training. And then some goes to courts and some goes to prosecution, a few cents out of that. And then the APHIS fee is, I believe that's fingerprinting. And I think that money goes to the OSBI. The Forensic Science Improvement Assessment, I'm going to tell you right offhand, I can't remember exactly which state agency that goes to. So that's the breakdown.
So if we made the fine $9, then you wouldn't have this obligation to have the state fee of $30?
You wouldn't have that obligation. That is correct. And the city wouldn't retain the $2.08 that we use for police training, municipal court training, and also municipal counselors training as well.
Chief City?
Yeah, if I could just say, the cleat penalty assessment, cleat is a statewide educational and requirements. We get some of that funding for training. Without that, it depletes our training funds, so it's also some of it comes back to us. Plus, cleat is essential in training across the state, which also impacts us. The other fee, the forensic fee, goes towards, it goes to OSBI also. We don't rely on the forensic testing process because we have our own labs and things like that, but the rest of the state does, which is, it's pretty vital to the state. I know they're just finding ways to fund those things through the state that they don't have the funds for. Now, the APHIS services us and the whole state. It's a critical piece of equipment for us. We rely on state fingerprints. When an officer's in a car and he checks for fingerprints, it's critical to have that system updated and effective. It services us as much as it does anybody else, and so those fees are very critical for that.
Any further discussion?
Go ahead, Todd. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman.
No.
What do you have to do to get the maximum fine on that?
You're rarely going to see a maximum fine in our court. Basically, it would be a case where you actually went all the way to trial and it was egregious activity that occurred during the incident that came to the judge, or they could become aware during the course of a trial that there are multiple prior offenses for that, and so the judge may say, well, you haven't learned your lesson with a $10 fine, so now we're going up. But even then, they probably wouldn't go to the maximum fine. That's just a rarity.
Thank you. I was just curious. Thanks.
I would, unless there's other questions, I'd move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for item 9G1, the amendment. If being no further discussion, please cast your vote. Okay. If you can't tell, this is the first time I've ever done this. The motion is approved. Thank you. Now we go on to item 9G2, which is the ordinance on final hearing. Any discussion or questions about that? Item 9G2.
Move for approval.
No further discussions. Cast your vote. And 9G2 is approved. Next on the agenda is item 9H1, which is an ordinance on final hearing considering the Lincoln Corridor rezoning. Is there any presentation on this item?
We did a presentation 2 weeks ago, so we do not have a follow-up presentation.
Are there any questions, discussions that anybody would like to ask at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Any insight, Aubrey? You want to say something?
I don't really have any insights other than just to say that this is a project that we've been working on for about a year to develop a new urban design overlay district for the Lincoln Boulevard that extends our purview from where the Capital Medical Zoning District ends all the way up to the I-44 entrance. And we've had a lot of public engagement and support for this process, and this is the last step. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
There are no questions. Move for adoption.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Passes. Next on the agenda. Okay. Then we have 9H2, which is the zoning case. I'd entertain a motion on this
for
item.
adoption.
Is there a second? Please cast your votes. Passes. Thank you. Let's go to page 22, item 9I1, which is a public hearing regarding ordinances relating to miscellaneous provisions within the municipal code concerning adult novelties and adult novelty shops. Is there any discussion about this matter or any presentation or anybody that would like to discuss this at this time? I don't think there's a need for executive session. We've had one previous executive session on this, so I would entertain a motion on this matter.
We don't need a motion, just public hearing.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All right. If there's public hearing, there's no one here to discuss it, and so we do not need executive session, so I can now go on to item 9J. Item 9J is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing October 23rd, 2018, and the final hearing on November 6, 2018, relating to the streetcar.
And carriage operations, and with that, Chief City is here to explain this to us a little bit this morning.
Just briefly, Council, the ordinance, the changes or the amendments in these ordinances addresses the problem that we've been having with carriages in downtown area, that if they get an intersection and they're wanting to turn left, traffic gets all blocked and it doesn't move. So the ordinance really allows for carriages to be able, as long as there's an intersection that has a dedicated left turn lane, then they can use that to turn left. If they can't, they cannot make a left-hand turn because traffic can't move. It stalls. So we've had this discussion with all the carriage owners. Everybody's in agreement with this, and they understand those issues. Basically, it is if they don't have a dedicated left-hand turn lane, they can't turn left. They can only turn right, or they can go straight. The other side of portion of this ordinance, basically, that's the main thing in the ordinance. But it also, I'm trying to think what other, there was something else. Right, streetcar. They can't be on the same side, I'm sorry, they can't be on the same side of the streetcar. So they can cross over the track. They can't go in the same direction of the track for a lot of obvious reasons. Can't interfere with that process. Those are the two main things in this. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief City. Once again, this is the public hearing is October 23rd, 2018, and the final hearing for this is on November 6th, 2018. The next agenda item is 9K1, which is a public hearing.
We need a motion.
We need to vote on K1.
All those in favor, please cast your vote. I'll get the hang of this eventually. All right, we're on to item 9K1, which is a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. K1B was deferred, and so the only item would be K1A, which is 508 Davis Avenue. Is there anyone here to speak on that address? Is there a second? Any further discussion? There being none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And then we need a resolution declaring the structures are dilapidated, correct?
That was his motion.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We now go on to item 9L1, which is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on items 9L1, A through M? Is there a second? Any further discussion or questions? There being none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. The next matter is 9M1, which is a public hearing regarding abandoned buildings. Is there anyone that would like to speak on item 9M1 here today? There's a motion and a second. No further discussion. Please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We are now on item 9N, which is at page 24 of our agenda.
It is, and there's a presentation this morning. This has to do with the airport, and Mark Cranenberg here is this morning to talk to us. We're going to have a little presentation on the project, and we're going to talk about the issuance of debt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mark
Thanks for being
Cranenberg,
here.
Airports Director. This morning, the item before you is to approve a resolution which is concurring with the incurrence of indebtedness to be issued by the Oklahoma City Airport Trust, issuing junior lien tax-exempt bonds. This is the 33rd series, and the action today will authorize the issuance of the bonds. We will waive competitive bidding, which requires the 7 votes, and authorize the sale of the bonds to be issued by the trust at a negotiated sale. The Airport Trust approved this current action at its September 27th meeting. The project is out for bid at this time, and I will say this is a very important project. You've heard me talk about it for the last couple of years through budget cycles. We do have an opportunity this morning to hear a fresh presentation from our lead architects and engineering on the team, Frankfurt Short Bruza, so I would like to ask Rick Johnson to come forward to offer you the updated presentation. And then after that, Dennis Whaley with Public Financial Management has 2 or 3 slides to talk about how we will address the bond debt for the Airport Trust. Rick?
Good morning. Still morning. My name is Rick Johnson. I'm with FSB, or Frankfurt Short Bruza, Architects and Engineers. I also have with me Casey West, who's running the presentation, a project manager on this project. It's been our pleasure to work on this project for the last several years with Mark and the Director of Airports. I was going to use a special sauce comment, but David's not here. But this is a part of the special sauce for Oklahoma City. The appearance of the airport is the first thing people see when they're coming to to the new convention center or the rafting or any, Thunder Game, any of the other venues. So it does have an impact on the impressions in Oklahoma City. So first slide, please. I want to talk about a couple of the overall project goals. By the way, this briefing was given to, I think Mark mentioned, given to the Airport Trust in August when they authorized the project to go out to bids. Bids will be received, by the way, tomorrow. The overall project goals are a design that is consistent with the 2008 Airport Master Plan for an East Concourse. So this is the beginning of an East Concourse. This particular project provides 4 new gates, which are designed to accommodate a variety of aircraft sizes. It includes a consolidated and streamlined security checkpoint, which means no more 2 checkpoints. There will be one that will be is sized for the current airport operations and can handle future growth in a much more streamlined manner. It does have visual wayfinding cues. The checkpoint itself is very self-evident for the public to be able to find and to make their way through it. It is a column-free space, which is important for adaptations of technology that TSA may introduce in the future. Where they are now, they're always competing with structural columns in the building. And I mentioned it is enlarged and expandable. Next, we have meter greeter lobbies and some other public amenities. Meter greeter lobbies improve the public experience of passenger arrivals. These are located where the TSA checkpoints are currently located, a nice 2-story space that has been taken over by TSA will be turned back into a nice 2-story space and allow the transition from secure to non-secure to be much more visually appealing and place for people to stay so they don't have to stand in front of the escalators waiting for their party. We also have several large public spaces that I'll show you in a little bit to improve the passenger experience. Divert hold room is a new feature for the airport. One of the gates is designed to security standards for international flights, which means the airport will be able to accommodate diverts both domestically and internationally. Internationally, they require a secure hold room on the secure side of the facility, and that is provided as part of this project and is also designed to be redeployed in the future as a FIS, Federal Inspection Station for international flights, should the airport have the opportunity to start that service. There is vertical circulation elevators and escalators dedicated to that hold room. Improved passenger experience, just tick off a few things generally. I talked about the streamlined security checkpoint, improved wayfinding with signage and visible cues. The traveling public will be able to see where they're going a little better than we have in the past. Consolidated public address system, accommodate power needs for portable devices, the ever-increasing need for power for cell phones. Meter greeter lobbies, and there will be an opportunity for public viewing of the airfield. Next, I want to show you 2 views of the terminal expansion from the drop-off area. Next slide, please. This is on the existing upper-level drop-off. You can see the existing building to your right, and on the end to the left is part of the new addition where the security checkpoint is. Next slide, please. Going past and turning back, you can see the prominence of the new addition, which serves as a wayfinding feature for the public to figure out where they're going when they need to go through security. Next slide, please. Looking inside, this is what we call the departures hall. This is part of the new addition. If you're looking off to your right, you're actually looking into the existing building, the ticketing lobby for the existing building. So the ticketing lobby extends into a queuing area for the secure checkpoint. Again, sized to accommodate future growth. It has a column-free area to accommodate different aisle widths as TSA changes their technology, which they have done during the course of the design of this project. I want to point out wood and stone. The wood in the upper left there and the stone wall are very complementary of the existing architecture. They aren't exact, but very complementary. So you see the palette of materials continuing through. Also point out we have terrazzo on the floors, special blend terrazzo color selection to match the existing tile, but to get rid of all the grout lines and the clackety-clacks in the new area. Next slide is the East Concourse, what the East Concourse will look like. That's you're looking at 3 of the gates there. I want to point out that, of course, this design is designed to be expanded in the future to the east to continue. This is just the first 4 gates of an East Concourse, and it can continue into the future. Design has been done to accommodate that. As I mentioned, we include 4 gates. 1 gate, which is off to your right, off screen, you'll see it here in a little bit, is designed for the diverts and international flights. That'll be in the airport's gate. The East Concourse is designed with a little bit wider, deeper passenger areas for more seating as the plane sizes have changed. And the concourse itself, the aisleway is a little wider. Especially being at the throat of the new East Concourse, we want to make sure in the future we have enough circulation space. Next slide, please. This is the meter greeter lobbies. This might look somewhat familiar. This is where TSA is located on both the east and the west. Both spaces will be repurposed as what we've called meter greeter lobbies, which is you can see you're looking through the glass to the secure side to the gate area, so it's very visual as to where you're headed or where you need to go, and you can see your party coming towards you. Next slide. This is part of the public circulation on the upper level. As I mentioned, we will have the opportunity for observation of the apron area, and this is just a little tickler on what that will look like. We do have. I did bring a movie. It's terrestrial in nature. Nobody's jumping out of anything. So we're going to look at that now. It's a little animation of what the interior of the space will look like, and we'll walk you through first as a ticketed passenger, and then we'll loop back through as a public passenger so you can see both experiences. So if you would start that, please, Casey. So here we are in the existing ticketing area. We're walking into the new departures hall. Note there's a grand stair there on the left that will go up in a little bit. Large queuing area, and we're going to kind of fly through the security checkpoint. You can see it's very wide open. Visual cues as to where you're headed. As we get into what we now call the town square, you can see where recomposure benches are located. Nice 2-story space with a skylight, with glass on the upper level, which will have an art piece on it. I'll come back to that in a minute. There are oversized toilets just on your left there. And now we're going to the east or into the East Concourse. You can see a little bit of concessions on the left, just out of view now. See the 4 gates. There's 3 on the right and there's 1 on the left. This left gate will be the airport gate, which is designed to hold for diverts for international and domestic flights. It actually has companion space below for a hold room with restrooms, escalators, and toilets. Elevators. This is looking back towards the town hall, back towards the existing complex. You can see the hold rooms, a little oversized. And as we go back into the town square, there's a variety of casual seating areas for those passengers waiting for their flights. The terrazzo on the floor and the glass up above there has a representative artwork pattern on it that is being provided through public art funding. You saw Pops on the right there. We are now in the main terminal, existing main terminal, going towards the west. The east meter greeter lobby. You can see exit-way devices there that are very clearly shown. This is the meter side, casual seating, going back into the ticketing area now. Off to the left, just off screen, there's an elevator in the ticketing area that is being relocated as a part of this project to increase the circulation in there. And so now we're going to go back into the departures hall. This time we're going to go upstairs. This is non-ticketed or public access to the second level. On the second level, we'll go by secure entry to the administration offices. Here you can kind of look down, look back into the existing building, kind of get an overall view.
Let me ask you a question there. We were looking at the entry checkpoint.
Yes, can you do that?
The thought to go from 2 to 1, will that help speed things up, or what was that decision based upon?
There was a lot of study done on that at one point during the master planning about 2 versus 1 and where it would be located. Of course, it was studied to be tried to be put in the center, but that was very problematic with the existing multiple age of the existing building and what it would disrupt. So TSA was very interested in a consolidated checkpoint due to the cost of manning 2 separate checkpoints, and that was a big driver as well in the design. And then accommodating, as they change technology, they don't always know what they're going to do next generation, so making it as flexible as possible was also a key point.
Thank you.
So within this public space, the waiter area, is there any, Mark, I ask about this all the time, I think, food service concession opportunities?
We have 2 concessions that we'll be adding, 2 food and beverage concessions that we'll be adding in the new space. We're actually taking our largest retail store and moving it a little bit closer to the new checkpoint. However, there still is not enough opportunity up on the lobby side to put in a full service or a very large food and beverage concession. We're just very constrained there, even though in the last expansion project that we finished in February of 2006, in that project we took the building out to the north 30 feet. I will tell you that the concession area that is there today is getting much more success, and they have redone their product line, and they're continually to work so that they have more public amenities, and that's becoming more and more successful. So I think we're seeing some good traction there, but we just don't have enough space in that lobby to put in a new restaurant at this time.
Continuing as a member of the public on the upper level, we're actually going over the TSA checkpoint. Almost there. Looking at the checkpoint and the queuing, the generous queuing area, which can be expanded. There's a lot of circulation there. And here's the look back to the existing building real briefly. You can kind of see the relationship. Going along the bridge, administrative offices on the right and some functions on the left. And you come out the other side, you can see the town square apparently to your right. And to the left, we're going to turn and look down the East Concourse. Again, this is the venue of a member of the public waiting for a loved one to catch their plane. This is the opportunity for observation. This upper level circulation gave us the opportunity to have some seating and just a casual area for observing what's going on the airfield. You can kind of see the pattern on the glass there. There's the intended artwork, which is currently in process. Looking back down into the main terminal, existing terminal, administrative offices are just to the right there, taking the bulk of that floor. And we're going to come back down, again, public access through that stair that you may have noticed in the meet and greeter lobby, back into the public area. So that kind of gives you just a real quick loop through of what the public can experience. We'll go back out into the existing ticketing area and head back in just for closure. We're going to go back into the security checkpoint one more time just to give you a sense of where we started and stopped. And so there's a good view of the overall materials use in that space and the size and the openness. So let's go to the next slide and talk about schedule. The first item there, the Enabling Works package, that was a project that was done, completed in 2017, where we removed, I don't know if you recall, there was a one-story cargo building on the the pad, site pad for this project. So that was removed, and we dealt with some very sticky utilities issues to make way for the new building and get things queued up for that. So that was completed in 2017. The terminal package is the one that's currently out to bid. That's the videos that you just saw. As I mentioned, it was put on the street August 23rd. Bids are due actually tomorrow, so we'll see how good our estimating is tomorrow. Not nervous at all about that. Construction is anticipated to start first quarter of 2019. We have to go through the bond process, which is the rest of this presentation. So the bond process will take place in the fall. Construction anticipated to start first quarter of 2019. Another package, a separate package we have is passenger loading bridges, which will start in 2020. And so those packages are designed to end concurrently with a completed facility in first quarter of 2021. Next we have, next slide please, statement of probable cost. We broke it down into construction costs, procurement costs, and then soft costs. For construction costs, we have the terminal package at $65.3 million. That is the one that is currently on the street. That does include some alternates, but total with alternates is $65.3 million. Then we have the apron package. The apron package is an AIP, standard AIP project that is done in conjunction with the building and is the other piece that will be scheduled to be complete when the building is finished. That's at $5.1 million. Total construction costs, $70.4 million. And procurement costs, the passenger loading bridges have been broken out at a separate package, equipment package, at $4.5 million. Terminal furnishings is the public seating, all the public seating you saw in the video is a separate package. And technology includes things like FIDS, which is Flight Information Display System, and BIDS, which is the Baggage Information Display System, as well as the public announcement, things like that. Those procurement costs total $8.8 million. Program soft costs include such things, or for the entire program, not just the current construction package, but for the entire program. They're going to include special inspections, construction testing, resident project representative, A&E fees, administrative costs, and those total $10.5 million for a total program cost of $87.75 million. And next we have, we're going to follow with a couple of slides about the bonds.
Yeah, so Dennis Whaley with PFM will come up and have 2 or 3 slides on the debt and how it affects the trust.
And I get to say good afternoon, so we said good morning. I'm Dennis Whaley with PFM, or the financial advisor to the city. Unfortunately, I have no beautiful pictures or video, but I'm going to make up for it with 2 graphs. So, next page, bond funding. These will be junior lien bonds, which is the working lien for the airport. The senior lien is set aside for government leases, federal government leases, most notably done for the Monroney Center, the FAA Center. Estimated par amount will be $98 million. This is higher than the program cost because of the capitalized interest that will be included. We're going to borrow money to pay the interest during the construction period because there is no revenue coming in during that construction period. Expected sale date is November 6th of 18. What are we going to issue? It will be fixed rate, 30-year, level debt service bonds, level debt service after the capitalized interest period. And then what will pay back the bonds, it will be both airport revenues and PFCs, or what are known as passenger facility charges. Next page. So here's a graph of the currently outstanding debt, and it goes back to 2014 and then runs through the final expiration of what is outstanding right now of 2044. The next page is an estimate of the future debt service after the 33rd series bonds are issued. Debt service will run to 2048, and you notice how we layer in the P&I to where we'll have level debt service going forward. And I'll be happy to answer any questions about the bond sale. Thank you so much.
That concludes our presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have for either myself or Mr. Johnson. Press your approval.
Comments? Okay. All right. Well, I would entertain a motion then, I guess. There's a resolution here under 9N.
Move the item.
We have a motion and a second, and it requires 6 votes to incur indebtedness and 7 votes to waive competitive bidding. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously and receives 8 votes. All right, that brings us to 901 and 2. These items, can hardly believe it is already time for some election paperwork to be handled for the election of wards 2, 5, 6, and 8. I would think this also makes it a little more real for Councilman Shadid and Councilwoman Salyer, and for the candidates seeking those offices as well. But as outlined here, it's probably worth noting out loud that the filing period will be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, December 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's a typo in this memo. It says, Kenny, it says 2019, December. It actually should have been 2018. But I assume that's, I would check the resolution real quick. But anyway, so that is coming right up. And then the elections are in February with the second round in April. Yeah, February 12th and April 2nd, if necessary, for that second round. I would entertain a motion on the resolution. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. It's like digging your own grave, Meg. It's opening your own cage is another more positive, glass half full way of looking at it. So 901, we have a motion and a second for the resolution. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Debatable whether we need a vote on a proclamation that I've just been authorized to give through the resolution, but let's go ahead and vote on it anyways. I would entertain a motion for 902. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 9P on the topic of leadership transitions. We have our city manager's departure. His retirement letter was accepted at our last meeting. We had a discussion about a process. This codifies some of that discussion and also takes it a couple steps further, not all the way to the end perhaps, but gives us a very transparent outline for the public to consider. This resolution provides for, as we discussed at our last meeting, the acceptance of applications through 5 o'clock on November 1st. It also expresses the desire of the council to receive those applications as individuals on that following day in preparation for an executive session at the regular council meeting on the 6th. And then, though we could certainly not pursue this, it does lay out the potential of a special meeting on November 19th. We felt planning was necessary to accomplish that, especially with all of our busy schedules. And so this kind of gets that out there. And on our calendars, of course, we would formally notice that and consider that at a later date. But this would have us in a special meeting on November 19th to potentially conduct interviews. And then that kind of takes us as far as we're willing to go, I think, at this point. So just wanted to lay that out and then open it up for discussion or motions.
I'd second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any questions, discussions? Anything down there? I'd be personally disappointed if you didn't say anything on this, Councilman Shadid.
No, say something. So, Kenny, can you talk to, my concern, I guess, is the pre-interview process. I was called and asked that somebody wanted to meet with me and do an interview, and it seems like if we're going to have a public process, we should have a public process, and everybody gets kind of the same interview, sit-down time with us. I guess there's nothing stopping council from interviewing whoever at any time. Is that correct, Kenny?
Yes, it's not illegal for you to talk to a potential candidate, but since you are having a process, I think it's probably overall better to wait and just interview them in the executive session. But that's actually the prerogative of each council member if you do want to talk to them. There's nothing illegal about it.
Well, but there is, there are lots of things that we have to be cautious about when one interviews. And for people that don't do it as a routine basis, there are lots of questions that shouldn't be asked, some of which are obvious, some of which are not obvious at all when you ask them, that they could be, leading to a question that you shouldn't be asking. So, generally speaking, through this process, we did really lay out a formal approach, and we should probably take that formal approach. And, I think, just personally, I'm just speaking for myself, but, our HR department, at our instruction, went through a lot of work to put together a very detailed brochure that talks about the job position, talks about the city, the opportunity, the requirements. For us to talk to somebody and direct them to that material to review, is certainly a good idea, but individual interviewing.
Yeah, in those first few days before even it was actually a true vacancy, there was, I think, a lot of gray area. And now that we have this process laid out, I'd certainly intend to tell people, here is the application, and we'll do interviews as a group at the proper time in November, should we choose to do that, and should we choose to interview you. But if anybody came to me moving forward, that's what I would say. But I suspect people, now that this process is so well laid out, hopefully those conversations won't even be necessary. But
And also, I could add on the point that Meg was making about the types of questions you don't want to ask. When you get down to the point of interviewing them in the executive session, incidental to that, we could give council advice before you start calling the candidates in and go over that with you.
Just so that I can be clear, how has this been advertised up to this point?
Diana Barrett can give you the specifics on that. She may be in the back room. I know it's been advertised in the City Managers Association of Oklahoma. It's been advertised at OML. It's been advertised with the International City Managers Association. I know those three groups, and I don't know exactly what beyond that, but I know those three groups have been contacted. City website.
Yeah, and the third one that you said, ICMA, is probably the most important for getting national candidates interested.
That would be correct.
Yeah. So we're all sitting here as if Diana's rushing out here, but we don't know. But
I do know that those four areas I haven't covered.
Okay.
What was that you said? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
There she is. Well, let's just...
I added the local city, our website. So our website, ICMA, Oklahoma Municipal League, and the City Managers Association of Oklahoma.
And those are exactly correct.
I guess the question is, have we received any application?
We have. I believe there are about 30 applications that have been received to date.
Wow. And I should say, we have I think staff has kind of been under the understanding that we're not to receive any until November 2nd, that shouldn't be any unfair benefit to applying early or late. That period was laid out there as if it were co-equal, regardless of when you applied, up through November 1st.
That's absolutely correct.
So, yeah, that was news to me. I didn't know that we had any applications. So, okay.
Well, I do have a question. Given the number of applications that you've received so far, what's the screening process? Do we look at every application, each member of the council, or...
You will have an opportunity to look at all of those if you're interested in that. What's happening is we're reviewing those applications as they are received. You will get a log, a screening log that shows which applicants we think are qualified, but you will have the final decision on that.
And so typically you'll be able to see everything.
Yes.
But they generally do a really good job of screening, and so they're not making the selection, but I think when you go through it, you'll see that their screening is generally pretty darn good.
No, I would welcome their screening
abilities.
And screening's really more of a ranking than a screening.
It is. It's looking at what you're looking for in a candidate, and we'll identify those that seem to meet your minimum requirements, and but you'll have an opportunity to look at all of those applicants if you'd like to.
Okay, so
we will receive those on November 2nd.
That's correct.
We have a
And
busy
then-
couple of days between the 2nd and the 6th.
Okay,
We're
so...
going to work all night to get those done for you.
Yes, now that we know that, so November 6th is kind of the beginning point. Is there an end point? Is there a date that we're planning to come to a decision? Or is it just...
Well, I mean, deadlines to consider are that Jim's going to kind of scale down a little bit around Thanksgiving, but not cease to become a city manager until January 2nd. But no, I mean, we as a body obviously have to decide.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking, for example, if we found a candidate who lives in another state, coordinating travel and interviews and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's why we scheduled that first round of interviews 2 weeks after that first council meeting. So we would, if we emerged from that executive session on November 6th with a list of people we wanted to interview, they would have 2 weeks to coordinate their travel if they were outside of town.
Now...
And we would take care of that for you, Council.
Yeah, okay. And so if for some reason we wanted to expand that list after we had the initial round of interviews, we could still do that possibly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, everything's with, I mean, they're doing what we direct them to do.
That's
This is ultimately our process. There's no statutory requirements. We could take 3 years to do this, or we could hire them
But I think
next
it's fair
meeting.
to say we could decide it as early as November 19th, or we could
We
take
could even
3 years.
decide it on the 6th. I mean,
Yes.
we're preparing for the eventuality of interviews, but I mean, we still have the prerogative as the council to make a decision at any time.
Mayor, can I just add that Jim's retirement is January 2nd at 5 o'clock. And if you don't have an appointment by then, you would appoint a city manager pro tem for a temporary period of time until you hire a permanent replacement.
Yeah. I'm certainly contemplating all of that, but we can wait till the 6th and the 19th to see where things are going and whether looks like that would be necessary or not. Okay. Any other questions for anybody? Discussion on this? We had a motion and a second, right, Francis?
Yes, you did.
Okay. No further discussion? Cast our votes. Passes unanimously. This brings us to 9Q, and Q, R, S, and T are all related and relate to bargaining agreements, starting with AFSCME.
And if I can just differentiate these, Q is actually the AFSCME agreement. It's a 2.2% adjustment. R are non-representative pay employees, so this isn't police, this isn't fire, this isn't AFSCME, but it's managers, it's chemists, it's accountants, it's a lot of other groups that are out there, engineers, planners that are not represented by AFSCME, and we do historically have done similar adjustments.
Q is AFSCME, isn't it?
What's that? Q is AFSCME.
Q is AFSCME.
R is the non-AFSCME group that I just went on, but that's maybe close to 1,000 employees that are in that category. S are folks that would, I'm sorry, S is the city auditors and municipal councilors' pay plans, and then T is part-time and temporary and seasonal. So those are all adjusted.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'd start with Q. Okay. Got a motion and a second on Q. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9R, resolution approving the general non-represented pay plan, etc. Any questions or discussions or motions? Got a motion and a second. Any further questions, discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9S, resolution approving a pay plan and continuing certain benefits for positions on the management, administrative, and technical support pay plan, etc. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9T, resolution approving a revised pay plan, job titles, and job descriptions for temporary, seasonal, and part-time employees, etc. Anyone? Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, well, now we're at 9U1, Resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Corporal Eric Biederman. Kenny, we don't need an executive session, to your knowledge?
Right.
Okay. I would entertain a motion. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Brings us to 9V1 at the top of page 26 on the printed agenda. Resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Major Gerald Kuhlman. Kenny, we don't need executive session. We've got a motion. Second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9W1, resolution approving professional services agreement with David Box of Williams, Box, Forshee, and Bullard in the case Hearts for Hearing versus Lamar. Do we need an executive session?
We don't, unless somebody has any questions.
Okay.
I just have a question. Can I ask a question about executive session? Is that all right?
Absolutely.
I thought 2 weeks ago this was resolved.
No, from what we've heard there, Lamar is meeting with the church, and they're trying to figure out whether or not they can reconfigure their church property to get the playground more than 500 feet away from the billboard.
So ODOT withdrew the permit on the grounds that it was too close to a playground.
Correct.
And so now there's a discussion about that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the lawsuit's still alive. And
It is still alive.
And we are feeling as
Yes.
if we need professional services outside of your office.
And we heard that from the church.
Heard what?
Not from the church, from the Hearts for Hearing.
Okay.
It is in contact with us, so.
So the thank yous were premature.
Yes.
Move the item.
How do you choose the lawyer? How do you choose David Box versus?
Because has extensive experience in the sign business. So he's going to know all the background of that and also in zoning law. So he's the perfect person to handle this. And he is an excellent litigator in court.
Good.
Okay. I think we had a motion and a second for 9W1. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to 9X1. Kenny, we don't need executive session?
No, we do not.
This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment in Walker v. City of OKC.
Move the item.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9Y1. Kenny, no executive session necessary?
Nope.
This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to enter into a settlement in City of OKC versus Kojak.
Move the item.
Got a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9Z1. Kenny, do we need executive session?
No.
This is resolution authorizing and directing the municipal councilor to enter into a agreed settlement in City of OKC versus Mimosa. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9AA1. Kenny, we don't need executive session for this either?
No.
Resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to enter into an agreed settlement in City of OKC versus 23 Sac Self-Storage. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9AB1. Kenny, we don't need executive session?
We have outside counsel for the workers' comp. Oh, no, this is on a subrogation, so no, we don't.
Joint resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to settle the workers' compensation subrogation claim of the City of OKC and the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority and the claim of Michael Martin against Chandra Harding. Entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Mayor, if I could just say, after this series of things, I think we need to thank our legal staff. They're absolutely unbelievable. I have never texted or talked to legal so many times reading an agenda as I did Monday. It was incredible.
Thank you. We do have an excellent staff.
Just unbelievable, and really a lot of...
Kenny put block call on my number.
Yeah.
No, I did put your name on my phone, though, so it announces Mark Stoneside.
Very good. Okay, that brings us to 9AC. This would be an executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations with police and fire. We would need a vote to go into executive session.
Move to enter into executive session.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will handle that at the conclusion of our other business. That brings us to 981, claims recommended for denial. This would be items A through I, except for item H, which was deferred at the beginning of the meeting.
We don't need an executive session, but I just wanted to verify, I wasn't in the chamber, that we struck item H.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on claims recommended for denial? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
We've got a motion and a second, and any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to 10A1, claims recommended for approval, A through F. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to items from council. We'll start at Ward 8.
None today, thank you.
All right.
I asked Aubrey if she could help me just for a minute, and if we could talk just for a minute about historic preservation. Yesterday, with no notice, a lot of people hurt and disappointed that the Founders Bank building has been in the paper, different social media, about its historical significance, but they're very adept. They came to City Hall, applied for the demolition permit, and then, I guess, got on the phone, and minutes later they were destroying the side of the building before anybody could get out there or there could be any discussion. And then that's just the way Oklahoma City allows it to be done. The Donaway building that we had the conflict over, it would have been torn down except that it had to go through the zoning, so that tipped off people, and you got a kind of a movement. But we've had so many losses. The Stage Center, which is now a field, and maybe somebody's talking about putting a basketball court there, but it's heartbreaking. The bus station that I and others fought over, Hotel Black, India Temple, International Harvester, a lot of things. And I asked Aubrey maybe to talk about what happens in peer cities, what our ordinance looks like versus others. I know that there's a effort underway to come up with a preservation plan. I'll tell you what's heartbreaking for me is I met relatively recently with a philanthropist who invited me to their office, and they had hired an architect to look at this Founders Bank and what it would look like as an event center. And so she wanted help, like, navigating through our process, and she was going to talk to the hotel nearby and different entities and try and raise the funds. So some people say, well, this is private property and they can do whatever they want. This entity, I think, right up not even half a mile, tore down buildings and put a Del Taco fast food and AAA, so hopefully we don't get a couple of fast food restaurants there, but it's their private property. But you have to have a process. I mean, sometimes there are people that are interested in these properties, and they're willing to try and go out and raise the money, and they're willing to do the work. I believe, for a lot of reasons, that there was a proposal on the table for the bus station to do exactly. I hired an architect who came up with independently with a proposal to put housing on top of the bus station and how it could have been saved. I believe Clayco proposed that exact thing and was willing to do that, and that the bus station could have been saved. So I know that, Aubrey, maybe you can just talk about the preservation plan, and I know it's been in the works for a while. Where are we? What do peer cities do?
Okay. Aubrey McDermott, Planning Director, and Katie Friddle, who is our Historic Preservation Planner, and she is the project manager that's working on the creation of our city's first Historic Preservation Plan. The planning process has been going on now for about a year. We've been working for a long time with different stakeholders, the Historic Preservation Commission, to put together a plan that addresses this and many other issues in our community. The plan's nearing the end of the draft stage, so hopefully by the end of the year we'll have a plan draft that we could start circulating back through stakeholder groups and for public review and comment. One of the sections of the Historic Preservation Plan, though, is to get ahead of issues that you just discussed. If there are historic resources or things that we would consider historically or architecturally significant properties in Oklahoma City, that we could work proactively to identify those properties and work with property owners to try to offer any tools that might be available for them in terms of redevelopment or rehabilitation or any types of incentives to keep those buildings active and in good use. And I think that the key for us as a community is the proactive nature of looking at the buildings that are significant to us and keeping those viable, not letting them go into decline to the point that really there's no adaptive reuse that could happen to those properties. So we have a multiple point strategy that's being laid out in the Historic Preservation Plan. Lots of different tools that other cities might use as if buildings are identified as a historic or architectural resource, that maybe a Historic Preservation Commission could make a recommendation to either help nominate those if they're eligible for the National Register so that they could become projects that might be able to get incentives through tax credits for that developer to use, or establish them as a historic landmark or historic preservation zoning district to provide an added level of protection. Other cities have also done things like had a separate process for architecturally or historically significant properties to have a delay on any type of demolition application for time to review. Typically at that point, when a property owner has already determined that the building is not viable for their use and they've filed a demolition permit, it's really too late to be working on solutions. So I think that our approach in our city and what other cities have found to be most successful is a program that can be implemented over time.
So do you start to put together an inventory?
Correct. Yep. Yes.
Imagine we woke up one morning and the Freedom Center, somebody had demolished that on MLK, or I mean, it's just, it seems like we have to get ahead of these things, get the inventory, and then kind of, as you said, not wait till the demolition permit is applied, because at that point it literally might be minutes later that the cranes are knocking things down.
Right. That would be the sequence of the process, is to conduct an inventory of historic resources, identify those, reach out to property owners to talk about what intent or needs they might have for reuse, and then start pairing people up with programs or tools.
Aubrey, does the State Historic Preservation Office, or Katie, does somebody already have an inventory that we can start with? Because that's a
Katie answered that question.
Pretty daunting process.
Yeah, so we actually already have thousands and thousands of buildings in the city that are within a GIS database, and it's properties that are on the National Register of Historic Places already, properties that have been surveyed, where historic surveys have been done and identified as potentially eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. And then we also include in that data that we just have from like Oklahoma County Assessor on construction dates, so that we have a range of information on properties that already have some formal status, as well as properties that may just be potentially eligible for those status purely based on their age. So that's really what we're working towards with an inventory. It's not in a form now that we would put it out for public use, because we're still adding to it and cleaning it up, but it's something that will just be constantly maintained. And yes, the State Historic Preservation Office keeps an inventory of as well of National Register listed properties and of their survey data. So we're building on that
That
data.
sounds like, it's a great place to start, because that is a daunting task to try to go around and identify everyone from scratch. So,
But you have organizations like Preservation Oklahoma that has a list. I mean, this Founders Bank was certainly on their list. And is that, I mean, Jim, our demolition ordinance is somebody, because they applied, I guess, at 9, whenever our office is opened, and then minutes later, I mean, you can just demolish. We approve permits that fast, and
if they meet the criteria that are out there, oftentimes there are things that need to be met, but if they meet the criteria, we can issue a permit pretty fast. It isn't that that's kind of been a goal, is to get permits approved pretty fast in the past. So we get crossways with trying to be responsive to our contractor citizens, property owners out there, and so yeah, there are times when we can approve permits pretty quick.
Okay.
I mean, if we need to have other checks in the system that we don't have at this point in time.
It seems like other cities have some kind of pause. I mean, anytime you're tearing down a building, you have houses around it, you've got wind on that day. I mean, it doesn't affect just that private property owner potentially. So somebody to walk in City Hall and then literally minutes later have a crane be destroying a structure that size, I mean, it just seems like there would be some kind of pause. Maybe one day, I mean, maybe, 48 hours, but for the process to be minutes later, just seems a little, I mean, other cities don't do it that way, correct? I mean, there are cities that have some kind of delay built in.
Typically, the cities that do have any type of demolition review have identified those buildings as having significance, or they're in a certain type of design district. And our design districts do review demolition proposals. They have to go before either a staff review or a commission or committee review. So that's a pretty typical model for many other cities.
So
in general, they typically
It's not delaying demolition on every building in the
Correct.
620 square miles. It's just if something pops up, if somebody bought the Freedom Center and then we got a demolition permit, there would be some built-in mechanism to have a...
Right, and the key to this is what is that trigger? So if we go forward, and that's what I think Katie and Aubrey have been working on, is processes on what's the best way to do that. Because, if there's criteria, there's going to be somebody right outside that criteria. And so we just need to be thoughtful and as we go forward to make sure that we're establishing the criteria that we want. And yes, there are some models that can be adopted from other areas.
So we've been studying it, we've been working on it for a year. I mean, is there anything, concrete dates that we can tell preservationists, this is what's coming? I mean, before...
Well, it's really difficult to talk about a concrete date for an ordinance if we don't even have the plan approved yet. So the plan would lay out the strategy, but the plan would lay out a proposed strategy or approach, and then that approach would have to be developed in working with the community and with the legal office to develop any tools like an ordinance or a permitting process that the city would adopt.
So you finalize a preservation plan, that goes to the Planning Commission, and then it comes to the council.
Correct.
So do you have an estimated date of completion of the preservation plan?
I would think that the public process is going to last between 3 and 6 months once the plan draft is finalized, so mid-year next year. And then once the plan's adopted, we've been working towards some of these recommendations already. I mean, we're already developing the inventory and we're already doing certain things. So it doesn't mean that we have to start from point A as soon as the plan is adopted. Some of these are best practices, I think, that wouldn't take too terribly long to develop. But, hopefully we can start with some major implementation initiatives next year.
So would one part of that plan be or one step in that plan, I guess, be to notify all present owners?
Correct.
You're going to be put on this list, right?
Right. We would work with the property owners because what we want out of it is a mutually beneficial end goal for that. So, yes, we would want to do this willingly with property owners, and if property owners really are not interested in retaining those properties as a property owner, we can't force them to do anything, but we certainly would want to offer ways that we could assist with that.
Right. And ultimately, that means some kind of, assistance means some kind of financial assistance. You could look at the Gold Dome both ways. We lost our money. We used CDBG funds, but it's still standing. And ideally, that wouldn't happen every time. You could do loans. You could do interest-free loans. We do that all the time, for a lot of times for people that don't necessarily need it, in my opinion. You could do interest-free loans, get that money back, and then use it to try and save the next building. But ultimately, it seems like there would need to be some kind of commitment to work with those property owners, to try and make financing work. This philanthropist that I work with, if there's just no process in place, there's nothing to tell her.
Yeah, and I think that's the goal of the Historic Preservation Plan itself, is that it defines what the city's purpose and intent is, what the commitment of the city would be to try to assist people in enhancing preservation and raising awareness of the benefits of preservation. So once that plan is articulated and adopted by Planning Commission and City Council, that gives us our charge to go out and start working with people and developing additional tools and programs that we can.
And last thing I'll say is it's almost 50 years since Jane Jacobs first talked about this in Life and Death of American Cities. And a lot of times people think it's just, it's connecting with our past, and it's a cultural thing, or it's a community thing, and it is all those things. But in the last decade, there's tons of data, tons of well-designed studies that show these older buildings perform better. I mean, it's for new startups to go into, that in terms of economic development only, there is an economic development argument to make for saving these buildings and what they mean to structures, what they mean to small businesses. You're not going to get large national chains that go into them. It helps, native businesses, and there is, if all you're looking at is economic development, there is an argument for historic preservation. Thanks.
Thank you.
I wanted to mention the Better Streets, Safer Cities summary page that I think you and Eric Winger worked on. I clicked on it, and it was amazing how long that list of projects is. I mean, I encourage everybody to go. If you just Google Better Streets, Safer Cities summary, it'll take you there. It's got the whole budget, $766 million, and there's $319 million still left in addition to everything that's listed on there. It's a pretty impressive list of projects that's happening citywide. So, encourage everybody to look at it.
We want to provide information in all the different ways that people like receiving it, and there's a really good mapping system and all that online, but for somebody who, just on their phone and they just want to click on a Twitter link and see a list, I wanted that to be created, and it took all of 6 months to get to that point, but Eric and Public Works worked to do that, and I shared that with all you so you'd have it, and they'll keep updating it, but it's pretty simply presented. The package, total dollar amount, what's done, what's worked on, what's going to be done, and then pretty short paragraph that's got $300 million in it still left for grabs. So, I don't know if you guys studied our citizen survey and saw the question that we put in there about Better Streets, Safer City, but knowledge of that initiative was well below 10%, I can't remember. So we have a lot of work there to do because it is oftentimes still the top request, and you guys put your political capital on the line to address it, and we want people to know that's happening. So I think that's something we all need to talk about as much as we can in our public comments. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Now we have item 12, city manager reports.
In the interest of time, I think we'll pass on the city manager presentations this week, and we may bring them back next week.
They don't
Or in
really
2 weeks.
exist, right? It's just there's actually...
It's a myth.
All right. Well, we'll punt items A and B, and of course, item C, claims and payroll, is always available at okc.gov under the agenda for this meeting. And that brings us to citizens to be heard, and we do have some folks who have signed up. And we'll start with Catherine Connolly. And if every person would state your name, address, and keep your remaining remarks under 3 minutes.
Right. Hi, I'm Catherine Connolly, 30176 Covell. And we've heard a lot today about the beautiful things in our city and the things that we love to look at. But I want to talk today a little bit about some hidden things in our city that we need to protect and guard. And that is the data about our vulnerable children in the city who are youth who get into trouble. A few months ago, I saw an article about the Bloomberg Award, and I thought that sounded very interesting. And so according to the article, I'm just quoting here, we brought together a team of civic leaders from business, law enforcement, the judicial system, and the Oklahoma City County Health Department to focus on criminal justice reform in our community. And that sounds beautiful, but when we go a little bit deeper, we find out that Bloomberg wants to bring his databases into our city, or he wants us to upload data about our children who are in trouble into his databases. And I read his terms of use on his website, and it does not guarantee that once the data is sold, because the data that is collected in Bloomberg databases is sold globally, okay? And when it's sold globally, there are no laws or policies or restrictions about how that data is used, such as the data that we have here in the U.S. We have HIPAA laws for health insurance portability and accountability. We have COPPA, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, Graham-Leach-Bliley, and we have to consider juvenile expungement records. So my concern is I don't really know a lot about exactly what data they're wanting us to collect for them and hand over. And as I'm speaking, I want you to think about a principle about local control of data about our citizens and our children versus globally exposed data. Okay, so these are just some of the questions that I would have you consider. About this award, when would it be awarded? Has it been awarded yet? Can we defer it till we know more about this, what exactly they want to collect? Has Oklahoma City received any money for this award yet, and have any database integration plans started? Will this database service eventually start charging the city, or what are the mandates associated with accepting this award? What data exactly will be collected and uploaded to his database? Who will upload the data to the Bloomberg databases? And once it's uploaded to his databases, who controls and accesses the data in foreign nations who do not have these laws that we have? Will data entered contain Social Security numbers, names, addresses, health, education, and police records of troubled youth? Furthermore, who here at the City Council has reviewed in detail all of the fields or attributes for this data collection? Is there a PDF file on the Oklahoma City Council website explaining in detail the entire process of the data work stream, from the inception of collecting the data to the specific fields or attributes and what is being uploaded, how is it being uploaded, or is it being typed in by someone at the police department? I don't know. But we just have a lot of questions.
Yeah, sure. It seems like it's based on a fairly significant misunderstanding of this grant proposal. So the City County Health Department has applied for a grant with Bloomberg Philanthropies to maintain a database, really data that the City County Health Department already has that then would be used at the county jail, but none of that's shared back with Bloomberg Philanthropies. So that would be what I'd characterize as the misunderstanding. I don't think Bloomberg, the organization, has any interest or any access to this database that really kind of already exists. Steve, is that a fairly quick glossary of is that a fairly good summary? Okay. So yeah, so most of your questions, if not all of your questions, related to data sharing with Bloomberg, and that just doesn't occur under this grant request. So
$5 million?
Yeah, and I should say, you did ask with the timing of this. This is we're a finalist, so we still don't know if we're going to get anything. But yes, it would potentially be $5 million to fund this. The impetus for it being that people are coming to, being booked into the county jail, and the people there don't have the access to the information about their background here in Oklahoma City, and how that background, that information can help the folks at the county jail steer them towards the services they really need, rather than just sitting in the county jail. So, I mean, is that a good summary again, Steve? Yeah. Steve's been all over this for a year or two. I'm a late bloomer to it. But so that's the basics of it.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And are there any requirements that we have to meet in order to receive this award?
Just do what we said we were going to do, I guess.
And what was that?
I mean, are there publicly accessible explanations of this beyond this very brief cursory description I've just given? Why don't you step forward, Steve? This is Steve Hill, Chief of Staff to the Mayor.
Yeah, so basically they sent a mayor's challenge. They sent come up with data-driven solutions to make government work more efficiently. They left it up to the cities to what they wanted to address. In Oklahoma City, we wanted to address criminal justice reform because we're locking too many people up that would be better served with other services. And part of the reason that happens is because we don't have a complete 360 view of the individual that's incarcerated. I mean, typically we have the arrest record and that's it. They may have health concerns or other reasons that resulted in them being in the position they're in. So the bulk of our proposal was to apply a public health lens to a criminal justice reform problem.
Okay. So I guess I'm a little confused. I don't understand why we need Bloomberg's assistance to do this, because we can integrate, our police department, our health department can put together anyway, right? without them?
Well, we always like the money of others.
It costs money to do that, and 350 cities applied for various grants with various different proposals. They took that down to 35 cities, and now at the end of this month, they're going to announce 5 cities, 4 of which get $1 million to implement the proposal, and 1 gets $5 million.
And what does
So
Bloomberg
primarily,
do for it?
it's a financial assistance to do something that we'd like to do to help citizens of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it would cost money and would come from other government functions if we had to pay for it ourselves.
Right.
And what does Bloomberg receive out of it?
This is something that Bloomberg Philanthropies does. They try to help cities come up with data-driven solutions to problems that face cities, and then hopefully, like in the case of ours, if it's a scalable idea, then they can share that with other cities, and we can address that problem on a national basis.
Yeah, I mean,
There's no data that's being shared from Oklahoma City to the Bloomberg
Yeah, and we're not dealing with the Bloomberg company. We're dealing with Bloomberg Philanthropies, who literally just gives money away. That's what they do.
Have you been to their website? Because they do have reports that they have specifically for the media, based on, it looks like it's based on data that they've collected.
Well, the Bloomberg organization does a lot of data-driven reports, but it's not part of what we're doing.
Okay. That's what we wanted to know.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And then we have Steve, and forgive me, is this Crocker? Crocker? Sorry.
That's okay. I'll try and stick to my 3 minutes. I'm actually a resident of Edmond. I hope it's okay if I speak here. I'm considering buying land in Oklahoma City.
Well, by the way, a lot of times people think they live in Edmond and they live in Oklahoma City, so it's like a 50% chance.
It's true. Definitely true. I really do, though. But I wanted to speak to actually what she was saying, and that matter actually concerned me as well. And we were talking about basically what they plan on doing with the information. Now, this is from their website. Actually, you can go under the privacy policy, and then under the privacy policy is consent to transfer. It says, by submitting your personal information via this website, you consent to transfer your information to the United States and the other countries around the world. That may not guarantee the same level of protection for such information as your country and to the processing of your information in these countries. And that's actually according to the website. You can volunteer, which everybody does volunteer information these days. We have, you've got Facebook, you have Twitter, you have everything out there available to you. But when we deal with city entities, we have to volunteer a lot of information to be able to do with our services, our water, utilities, et cetera. So you guys do collect a lot of information on us. And any of that information is transferred, they've made it quite clear in their privacy policy that is accessible globally. A good example of unvolunteered information, my mom's 81. So I go over to her house one night, and she's on the phone, and she goes, something terrible's happened, right? And I'm like, what? Well, your nephew, he's in a bad way. He's in Mexico. He's in Mexico? I don't think he's in Mexico. Yeah, the guy on the phone called, and so I'm like, well, I intervened, got on the phone, and the gentleman was wanting a certain amount of money to bail him out of a prison in Mexico, and I'm thinking, what? He got in a car wreck and all this other stuff. So I said, well, I got on the phone, and I just intervened and just said, well, hey, this is his uncle. Let me see if I can get that kind of money together. So I got him to call me back later. Well, I knew it was a lie. I just immediately called my nephew. He's like, no, we're having dinner at Fuzzy's. We just left. I'm like, all right. Went down to the Edmond Police Department. They're very cordial, let me in. Once I got down there, he said, well, he's going to call back in about 10 minutes. Great. Get him on the phone. So he calls back in 10 minutes. We get him on the phone. He goes over to his database, enters whatever information he has, the phone number that came in. It's disposable. It wasn't even trackable. So here's an 81-year-old lady. She's not even versed. We gave her a cricket phone because she doesn't even know how to operate a regular phone. She's never on the Internet. He knew her name, her address, everything about her. And here's a guy calling from Mexico City, knew more about her than we knew about them. And we went to the local authorities, and they're like, we don't know who this person is, and we can't track him down. So if what Bloomberg is saying is true, and we're going to allow this information to flow into other countries, what are we going to get into, especially, like say, later on with family members, if they end up expunging a juvenile record and say your nephew or a relative or a child of mine, and we see as a local entity, we're going to go and expunge this individual's records. Have we opened up that family to blackmail now in political leagues or anywhere else?
All right, thank you, Mr. Fokker. We're over 3 minutes, and just to clarify again, that we're not sharing information with Bloomberg Philanthropies. You're reading a privacy policy from their website. That's totally different than this grant process that we're engaged in, and so
Okay.
I hope that helps clear that up. Thank you. We have David Brook.
Thank you. My name is David Brook. I live at 7301 North Center Road, Oklahoma City, and this is a follow-up on that. Based upon the fact that former Mayor Bloomberg is blatantly anti-gun and anti-freedom, is every city council person and mayor going to continue to support the Second Amendment, the state laws of Oklahoma, and not in any manner, fashion, or form let the association with Bloomberg be part of a slippery slope to gather gun information and attempt to erode our freedoms?
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
Would you like to answer that?
I mean, that's you're always free to reach out to members individually. I don't know that we're going to go around here and poll everybody, so thank you.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, again, specifically on this issue, because it's very easily answered, we're not sharing any data with the Bloomberg Philanthropies. Okay, Robert B. Donahue. And if you wouldn't mind sharing your name and address, Mr. Donahue.
Robert Donahue, 13508 Vixen Lane, Oklahoma City. Ward 7, Councilman. Concerning this whole award and going through the process here with Bloomberg, there is information being shared of some nature. They have to have some means of qualifying Oklahoma City to be a finalist, one of the 35. And is that information, or do you get concerned about? I'd like to see the report with all the information that is sent. That would be helpful. But on the other hand, somehow or another, that information is being gathered, and not only Oklahoma City, but all the other cities that have participated in this, even if they didn't get the award, and the aggregate of all of it together can be used and extrapolated for valuable information about the citizens of the United States. And I do get concerned about that. However little it might be, it be perceived to be, Mr. Mayor, okay, that can be valuable to other countries. 120 countries can receive this information. And where it goes from there, Bloomberg makes very clear in his website, you have no control over. It's simply out there. And it's not done voluntarily by the citizens of Oklahoma City, because we trust the city with this information. Being residents here, we trust you to be stewards of it. But then, as soon as you release it, it's simply gone. And the average citizen doesn't know, because they're not aware of Bloomberg and what's going on through this whole thing. I would ask that in the future you would reconsider opportunities like this and the information that is shared, however small you might perceive it to be.
Yeah, thank you again. And yes, no data, like no information. The only information we're sharing is our grant proposal, which has no data about any individual in Oklahoma City. And all the other grants from all the other cities are of a totally different nature. I don't know what they are, but they're not like our program. Everybody has a totally different concept for how they would like to receive this money. So thank you, Mr. Donahue. Okay, Gail Deborah Miller. Are you okay standing? Because we can bring you a mic if you need.
My name's Gail Miller. I am from 602 on Vixen Way in Oklahoma City. I came to address the same issue, and I feel like I'm beating a dead horse considering how many times I've heard you say this, but we have looked at the website and we have seen the disclaimers and the things that Bloomberg's Philanthropies has put on there. So I'm the same issue. I'm very big on privacy. I'm not from the Twitter, Facebook generation. You can clearly see that by me. I can't understand why people are so willing to put out their private data. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, we arrest people because if we can catch them for stealing our information, for stealing our identity, we do these things. I'm just concerned about the things I saw on there. And I have heard you, and I respect what you're saying. You've repeated it. I've heard it, and I've heard it. However, it still is of a concern to me. I mean, you look at the website, and you see it in black and white. You see the disclaimers. You see these things, and I'm thinking, what is going on? I mean, we've got a government that's surveying practically everything we do. And now we're going to put this ability, or this, maybe not that ability, that's the wrong word, this data potentially out there for worldwide countries for surveillance. I mean, this doesn't make any sense to me. So I would say the same thing. It would be helpful if there was some kind of written material, some kind of report that we could go in and really see what's going on. Because I think so many people are so busy with their lives, they're not aware of what's going on. You know, it's like, it's more about what am I going to eat today, or what am I going to do, or what am I going to, you know, where am I going? Where you get on, when you've got more time like me, I'm obviously not getting out much, so I made a great effort to get here, that I really would like to see in black and white, not just hear you say that, because I respectfully hear what you're saying, but I would like to see what is going on with all this, because I don't think of Bloomberg as the man with the solutions. I look at New York and the mess it's in. I mean, seriously, you know, this is an answer to our solutions, and I know the money looks attractive, but what seems like innocuous metadata, if any of that shared, can be like an iceberg. It's what's underneath the surface that concerns me. So just would encourage you guys to take a serious look at this before you go down this path.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And to reiterate, we're not sharing the data. So is there any other...
Jim, is there any, I mean, do we share data not just with Bloomberg, but with any private corporation or...
No, private corporations, you know, we are subject to open records. And so there is certain data that people can come in and request and get from us. But it's public documents that are out there. We do share data with other governmental organizations and law enforcement, certainly. But this isn't what this is about. This is about getting a grant that would allow us to maximize the sharing of data for people in need in criminal justice and medical records to make sure they're getting the resources they need to get them better and on the right track.
Sharing of data between the city county health department and the county jail, essentially.
Yeah, or state health department or mental health, state mental health group, you know, a couple of agencies beyond that, but all within.
Right.
I mean, I share some of the same fear because I think that privacy is basically becoming an illusion. It's becoming a myth. I don't answer my phone anymore because I get like 3 or 4 or 5, you know, calls a day trying to sell me something or figure out something about. So I can't even answer my own phone now. Somebody got into my account, my brother's accountant's hard drive, so they have everything about him. They filed a false tax return in his name, but I think that it's corporations. I mean, I understand the fear about government, but I think it's private corporations collecting this data who then sell that data. That's the principal area that we're losing our privacy. Why is it that every time I go in to buy something, they want to know my phone number and an email? And they put it right there when I'm checking out, and then they take that and then they sell it to people, and then those are the bozos calling me on my phone all day. But I don't think that it's government who's... we spend a lot of money trying to protect the data from anybody, you know, getting into our servers. And I mean, my experience over the last 8 years is that privacy is held in regard, especially in terms of our IT department. But I think the principal erosion is coming from private corporations, not government. That's just my
And without a doubt, big data analysis is driving most larger businesses. I mean, they truly want that information, not on an individual basis, as far as I know, but every time you go to Target, you go to Walmart, you go to any store and you use a credit card or a restaurant, that data is stored. Corporations love to buy that data from credit card companies. Now, what's happening is, for example, they're using that data to determine, well, where should we put our next store, for example, from a retail perspective, or where should we emphasize advertising in particular areas based upon all that data. I don't think you can stop that. I mean, you should have been out in front of it 20 years ago when it was first, you know, being looked at. It's too expansive at this point. And so when you go online and you look at something, there's these ads that reflect things that you've purchased previously. How does that happen? Well, it's technology. Who we need to call down here are Google, Apple, all those big corporations, and say we don't want this to happen anymore.
but I don't think that's going
All right, so there's thought-provoking discussion, but it is 1 o'clock and we still have business. A last bit of guidance to the folks in the audience. Steve Hill will visit with you and give you the contact information for the Oklahoma City County Health Department people who are really kind of the lead. It's called the Mayor's Challenge, but honestly, they're doing all the legwork, and they probably can share with you some sort of grant application that would talk more in detail than I could today. So thank you for coming down. Thanks for your patience. We are heading into executive session, and we will be back.